Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Singh, before lunch, we were dealing with the replacement of the Tsema by regiments and the conclusion of the LOI on the 6th of December 2012. I'd like to just go forward with the chronology, if I may. Could you turn to Transnet Bundle 6, page 382.
I'm there, sir.
So what you will see is that M&S at paragraph 2.4.10 on page 381, they deal with the LOI. We know that's 6 December 2012. Then at page 382, the first addendum to the LOI was on 4 March 2013. And they say in the third line at paragraph 2.4.11, as at 4 March, the MSA was still not finalized and therefore the LOI expired on 6 March. To avoid the expiry of the LOI, Transnet and McKinsey concluded the first addendum to the LOI, which extended the validity of the LOI from 6 March 13 to 15 October 2013. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then came the second addendum on the 14th of October. They say the day before the expiry of the LOI, on 14 October, Transnet and McKinsey concluded the second addendum to the LOI, which extended its validity period from 15 October 2013 to 30 November 2013 to allow the parties to conclude the MSA. They go on to say, as at 30 November 2013, Transnet and McKinsey had neither concluded the MSA nor an addendum to extend the validity period of the LOI, and as a result, the LOI lapsed due to the effluxion of time. And then in the next subparagraph, they say there was no valid agreement governing the relationship between Transnet and McKinsey as at 1 December 2013. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, the matters of the LOI and the addendums there too, Mr. Chair, would have been taken care of by the procurement department. As you would see, Mr. Chair, the first addendum was concluded, I think, a day or two before the LOI expired. The second addendum, as well, Mr. Chair, was concluded a day or two before the first addendum expired. And I would have assumed, Mr. Chair, that the third addendum to the LOI would have followed a similar process. So, Mr. Chair, the procurement department within Transnet Corporate Center would have been taking care of these details relating to the LOIs.
Well, if they did, they didn't do a very good job.
On fact, Mr. Chair, I would agree.
Didn't you sign these addendums?
I did, sir.
All right, well, I'm going to come back to the third addendum, which you see was signed on the 4th of February. But before that, I want to, and you can leave this open, I want to take you to something that happened in between the second and third addendums. And that's a document that you'll find at Exhibit BB3A. It's Mr. Mohammedi's bundle. BB3A.
3A. It's got a 3B.
Exhibit BB3A. And if you could please go to page MSM 177. So this is a letter dated the 20th of January 2014. And perhaps I can just take you to the end of the document at MSM 180. you will see, and we'll come to the handwritten annotations in a moment, but you'll see that it was signed on the 20th of January 2014 by Mr. Pillay on behalf of regiments, and it was signed by you, it seems, on the 23rd of January 2014. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, let us deal with this document. If you go back to 177, you'll see at the end of the first paragraph, there is the line, third last line reads, there was a conflict of interest arising from engaging Nedbank Capital has made the reallocation of the tasks that were originally thought to be handled by Nedbank to other members of the consortium. This document is therefore intended to clarify the updated scope of transaction advisory work that Regiments Capital will perform in relation to the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives. So that's upon the replacement of Nedbank by Regiments Capital. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You go to paragraph 2, it deals with 2.1 fees. Deliverables except for actual fundraising must be executed for a fee of 15 million over a period of 12 months. And then sub 2, a performance fee equal to 20% of the savings achieved against the benchmark interest rate. You see that? A performance fee.
That's correct.
And then if we get to the end of the document at MSM 180, you confirm that you signed this document after, on the face of it, Mr. Pillay.
Yes.
And it was then...
Based on the dates.
Then you signed it. You'll see where it's designated Group Chief Financial Officer, then you've got the date. To the right of that, you see the word subject to items listed below. Is that your handwriting?
No, sir.
Whose is that?
I do not recall offhand.
Well,
It seems like it's the witness. I don't recall offhand, sir.
but these are presumably your conditions.
It wouldn't make sense for the witness to make that kind of note, Mr. Singh.
Sorry, sir?
It would not make sense for a witness to make that kind of note.
I'm not sure who the witness is, Mr. Chair, but if I recall, these notes would probably have been made by Mr. Edward Thomas from procurement at the time, who was dealing with this matter.
Yeah, you see, a witness is only signing to say they saw you sign. They are not signing to say they agree with the contents of the document.
Hence, Mr. Chair.
Whereas somebody in your position would be signing to indicate agreement with the contents.
Agreed, sir. Hence, I say I don't recognize the signature of the witness. It may or may not be Mr. Thomas. I am not too sure. But if I recall, this aspect of this transaction was being handled by Mr. Thomas at the time.
All right, so whose conditions are these? Or items? Because they're very important.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would assume it's Transnet's conditions, which we agreed to. So,
I mean, you agreed with them.
Yes, sir.
I mean, whoever wrote this, you agreed to these conditions or these items.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first point at the foot of the page, the contract for the supply of these services is with McKinsey, and Regiments Capital is contracted to them. Is that correct?
That is
In terms of Section 2, there will not be a performance fee for fundraising. Thus, 2.1.2, which we've read, will be removed as well. Is that correct?
That's the correct in terms of what's stated.
So there will be no performance fee equal to 20% of savings.
Yes, sir.
So let's just go through what was excluded, if you don't mind. 2.1, Fees and related costs are quoted in South African currency and are exclusive of VAT. Expenses will be capped at 10% of the value of the total retainer. Sub 2, a performance fee equal to 20% of the savings achieved against benchmark interest rates. So there was going to be a performance fee, but one of the conditions or items that were inserted at the foot of page MSM 180 is that effectively that clause was to be removed. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then if you go to the foot of 180, expenses will be capped at, I don't know what that is, at 10. Are you able to decipher that? And paid on approved actual costs in terms of Transnet's policies and procedures. You know what that figure is?
I would assume 10%. It seems
10%,
like
all right.
the stroke is missing between the two dots.
Payment will be made to McKinsey, and costs and payment against the scope may not be made above 9 million without specific approval by Transnet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Singh, I mean, on the face of it, this is a counter offer, really, that you're making.
That's right.
Well, did regiments ever agree to this?
I am not too sure, sir. I would assume so.
But, so, in other words, when you got this document, it had already been signed by Mr. Pillay on the face of it. You didn't agree with your own document. I mean, this is a Transnet-generated document. This didn't come from regiments.
Well, you will see that it's actually a regiments and a Transnet document, so I would assume that it has a Transnet reference number, for example.
I beg your pardon, yes. All right.
So I would assume this is a joint document was prepared between Transnet and regiments, and I would assume the procurement department would have been engaging with regiments to be able to prepare this.
So you can't tell us whether this was taken back to regiments and whether they agreed?
No, sir.
Okay.
But to provide context in terms of the Section 2, or item, in terms of Section 2, there will not be a performance fee for fundraising. This item was excluded from the scope of this assignment at this stage.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that at this stage you would understand that we had not awarded the contracts for the locomotives at this stage. So there wouldn't have been a need for us to engage in fundraising just as yet.
Try and speak up.
Oh, sorry. There would be no need for us to engage in fundraising just yet.
All right.
So it would form a separate mandate that we would engage with later on.
I see. All right, let's go back then to the MNS report, at page 382, bundle 6. And that brings us to the third addendum. So this was document that we've seen, 20 January. The third addendum is the 4th of February. And we'll come to the document now, but it says that in May 2013, Transnet raised a conflict of interest involving Nedbank Capital. We've gone through this.
Have you got the page number?
Page 382. So at 382, we were dealing with the third addendum, and paragraph 2.4.16 just gives you the context about regiments having replaced Nedbank Capital. And then at 2.4.17, it says, despite the LOI having lapsed, we know that it lapsed on the 1st of December, Transnet and regiments concluded the third addendum to the LOI on 4 February 2014. Do you see that?
That is correct, sir.
Now, that document, the third addendum, you find at Transnet Bundle 5, your exhibit, 5B, page 906. You see that is signed at 9:08 by you on the 4th of February 2014, and it appears to have been signed by Eric Wood on behalf of regiments. Is that right?
Sorry, that is correct, sir.
But the document itself says it's a third addendum between McKinsey and Transnet.
That is correct, sir.
And at paragraph 3.1, talks about the deliverables. Says in the third line, the object of this work-specific project is to conduct all the necessary studies and preparatory work. And it sets it out, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a whole lot of other deliverables. If you go over the page, perhaps I can take you to 7. Evaluating all potential funding sources and mechanisms to select the most appropriate avenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the variation of the contract price at 4.1. As a result of the additional scope of work required on the financial phase of this contract, the initial price of 35 million, we know where that comes from, will therefore increase by 6 million. This increase will bring the total contract value to the fixed amount of 41,200,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, why did you not conclude? I mean, the intention clearly had been to conclude this addendum the intention had been to conclude this addendum with McKinsey, correct?
Mr. Chair, I think at this point in time, there was an intention for McKinsey to cede all of the obligations under the Transaction Advisory Services contract to regiments. And I think this was the mechanism with which that was achieved,
So
if I'm not mistaken.
that came later, Mr. Singh. You were advised of that in April. We're going to come to the chronology.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but that I think was backdated in some way,
Yeah.
shape, or form.
But the intention, the session hadn't been affected as of this date, had it? As of the 4th of February, or do I have it wrong? You hadn't been advised of the session.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
You had not been advised of the accession from McKinsey to regiments as at the 4th of February.
Mr. Chair, as I understand it, there were issues that McKinsey were dealing with during that period of time between February and April, when the actual session actually occurred. And the intention was always that from a period in February, McKinsey would cede the actual contract on the transaction advisory services to McKinsey. That was later confirmed in a session agreement that was then signed and backdated to sometime in February.
Yes, but my question was simple. As of the 4th of February 2014, had you been advised of the session from McKinsey to regiments?
We were aware of the session, Mr. Chair.
But had the session taken place?
In terms of the discussions between Mr. Wood and Mr. Sega, yes.
Yes, but what about the discussions with you?
Oh, yes, yes, I was aware of that.
You were aware of it?
Yes.
So that's why you conclude this, because it should have been concluded on the face of it with McKinsey. if you look where Mr. Wood signed, he scratches out McKinsey and he writes regiments.
Yes,
You were comfortable with that because you had been told that there was a session
that was, yes.
in the pipeline.
Well, they said that they had agreed that they would see the work as of a date in February. I
So
don't know
you-
what the date was, but that was then later confirmed in this actual session agreement.
But you had been told that, you hadn't been advised of that formally.
In terms of a formal agreement, that came in April, I think.
So you had just been told that verbally?
Yes.
That it might
That they had
happen,
agreed.
it was in the pipeline.
Well, actually, physically on the ground, McKinsey had demobilized their team, so they were not, because during this period of time, the contracts for the, let's say, the locomotive, the post-tender negotiations on the locomotives was occurring, and McKinsey didn't play any part in it.
But is the position that you did not satisfy yourself, as a matter of fact, that there was a session and it had been completed, it had been done?
In terms of a formal
In terms of
piece
seeing the
piece of
actual
paper,
session.
no, that came in April, Mr. Chair.
But that shouldn't be like that, isn't it? You should see the session itself to be sure, isn't it?
Well,
Because
Mr. Chair, I think
you
there
are
were-
transferring, you may be concluding an agreement with somebody with whom you shouldn't be concluding an addendum.
Mr. Chair, I think there was, and I would have to go and research this, but there were emails to that effect that the session had been effected as of a date in February.
Yeah, but it's a very strange way of doing things, Mr. Singh. I would think that somebody in your position would want to be given all relevant documents, including the session, before signing an addendum such as this with regiments when it had been intended to be with McKinsey.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you have a regiment's official and you have a McKinsey official at senior levels of the organization that we were operating with Mr. Sega and Mr. Wood, and they agree, I would assume that is an intention that the parties are willing to cede.
It's not a question of willingness. You know, you are involved in a very big organization,
Yes.
Transnet. You're talking about big amounts that are involved. So the proper thing is that if rights were held with a particular entity or contract was held with a particular entity, before somebody in your position can sign something like this, somebody should place before you all relevant documents and say, now you can sign this document, this addendum, because the following requirements which needed to be satisfied have been satisfied. Here is the session, here is this, here is that. Not on the basis of word of mouth, when you get involved with such big amounts, with such big transactions.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I don't think it was just word of mouth. I think there was written communication in this
But you
regard.
didn't see a session, that's what you have told me, I thought.
A session agreement, yes, I agree, Mr. Chair, was signed in April, but I'm sure there was email communication in this regard between McKinsey
And what if it was not signed? Something happened and it didn't get signed. What would happen? You have already signed the addendum.
Mr. Chair, we would rely on the email communications that we've had.
And why was this addendum signed by you and Mr. Herrick Wood without any witnesses signing? Where were you when you signed this with Mr. Wood?
Mr. Chair, if I recall, I think I was at my office, not.
But if you were in your office, you could easily have called your secretary or some other personnel of Transnet to come and witness the signing of this agreement,
I agree,
of
sir.
this addendum. So where were you when you signed it? Where were the two of you?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't recall, but I certainly would have think that it was in the office.
Mr. Maybeck?
Thank you. Why don't you refer then to the session in the preamble and introduction to the agreement? Because the preamble and introduction refers to McKinsey.
I note that, sir.
I see.
Now, with regard to this addendum, who prepared it? Do you know?
It would have been the procurement department.
Transnet.
Yes, sir.
Would that mean that it did go through lawyers? Do you know?
These are normally done through the procurement department. There is legal expertise within the legal department, not Transnet legal per se.
Yes, but of course, if you have a special legal department, I would imagine that even if some other department has got some lawyer involved, you would need to involve that legal department because that's why they are there. They are there to vet certain things.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
You see, we were looking earlier on now, I can't remember, Mr. Maipek, it might be one of the other bundles, that, was it an addendum, that agreement that you signed that had got that annotation at the bottom, Mr. Maipek.
Yes.
Now, something is strange, looks strange to me with regard to that, because when you look at the first page, it's like a letter to you. You remember? It's like
yes,
it's a letter addressed to you. Do you remember where it is, Mr. Maipek?
Yes, that is in Mohammedi's bundle.
Yes.
Page 177. DCJ
Yeah,
Exhibit
177.
BB3A. Page MSM, you'll find the annotations at page 180.
Okay. Yes, you see at page 177, it looks like it's on the letterheads of Regiments Capital and Transnet. It's addressed to Transnet and it says, Dear Anoj Singh. So you think it's a letter and you think you are going to come to the end and find the conclusion of a letter, but says thus duly signed at and blank, Transnet SOC Limited, name Anoj Singh. So you say, what is this? This is a letter to Anoj Singh and he's writing to himself, or what is going on here? And then you say, oh, it's an agreement, but why is it not in the form in which an agreement normally is normally formulated? Who prepared this document? Do you know?
Mr. Chair, as I said originally, I don't recall who prepared it, but on the face of it, it would seem, if it is addressed to me, it would have been coming from regiments to me.
But as you can see, you are the first signatory there.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think this...
At the end, on the last page.
No, we are the first signatory, but the date of the signature, we've signed second.
Yes, but in terms of, if any, excuse me, you are the first, immediately after the content of this document, you are the first one there. And
yes.
Then there is Pillay there. So, I don't know, it just looks very strange to me. Did this go through lawyers?
Mr. Chair, as I said, this would have went through to procurement, and procurement would have made these annotations relating to the handwritten notes at the bottom. I would assume that they would have probably got input from legal, but I cannot confirm that.
But wouldn't you have sought to make sure that before you signed you knew that it had gone through the legal department and they said it's fine?
Mr. Chair, in these type of cases, one would not specifically, given the fact that the procurement department has legal expertise within it, you wouldn't specifically request the
But why? But why then have the legal department? Because otherwise, if everything that is legal goes through the legal department, then if anything goes wrong, you know who to hold responsible and they are paid to do exactly that, vetting contracts and not procurement.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but in this case, given the fact that it was a procurement-related, let's say, document, it would normally go into procurement. Procurement would do the necessary requirements. If they deemed it necessary for it to go to corporate legal, they would then engage corporate legal on it.
And going back to the third addendum, why would you not have made sure that there was a witness who witnessed the signing of this addendum between you and Mr. Eric Wood?
Mr. Chair, as I said, I think from my side, it was just an oversight.
Mr. Myberg?
Yes, thank you. May I then, that was on the 4th of February, 2014. On the 21st of February, 2014, Transnet and McKinsey then enter into a master service agreement. Do you recall that? And that agreement, you find, I'll take you there, bundle 5C, page 2167.
To 167.
1267.
Black number.
Yes, always. So I beg your pardon.
5C.
2167.
Oh.
There's a whole lot of numbers on this document. So Transnet 05-2167. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
So this is an agreement between Transnet and McKinsey Incorporated for the provision of services relating to the acquisition of the 1064 locomotive. Do you see that?
That is correct, sir.
If I could take you, please, to... No. Sorry, if I could just have a second. I may just have a second. If I take you to the end of this document. Unfortunately, Chairperson, this is a very poor quality reproduction, which is causing me to try and get instructions from the
Yes.
investigators. But if I could take you, please, to page 2195. And we'll produce a more legible copy. As I have it, and I'm now relying on my notes, you signed this on the 11th of August 20. I have it as it having been signed, the last signatory being the 21st of February 2014.
Well, my 2195 doesn't have a signature page.
Sorry, it's
Should it be a signature page?
it must be 2194, DCJ. I do beg your pardon, I've got mine in landscape.
2194.
219.
Yes. Yeah.
I have it being signed, the final signature being the 21st of February 2014.
On my page 2194, Mr. Singh signed on 11 August 2014. I can't see another signature.
There's also signatures on page 2190, it looks.
Yeah, I think I'm indebted to my learned friend. Yeah.
Please don't forget what you have in mind,
Sure. Thank
Mr.
you.
Maidek. Mr. Singh? Mr. Singh?
Yes, sir.
I'm taking you out of what we are looking at now, just for 1 second. You see at page 2202 of the same bundle. 2202.
2202.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see, that's the first addendum to MSA. You signed there, and one of the witnesses who's witnessed is Nobahle Takane, who I think was your PA.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so that must have been probably in the office. Okay, all right, Mr. Maidek?
Yes, thank you. I'm indebted to my learned friend. In fact, the signatures and the dates appear more clearly at page 2190. Are you there, Mr. Singh?
2190, I am, sir. I am, sir.
Are you there?
Yes.
So you'll see, and perhaps you can help us, we can see on the left-hand side, it's not very clear, but you sign on the left-hand side, Mr. Fine signs on the right. The date under his signature appears to be 21 February 2014. The date under your signature is that 11 August 2014.
Seems like it, Mr. Chair.
I beg your pardon?
It does seem like it.
If you go to page 2166, you'll see that the commencement date is 15 January and the expiry date was 31 March 2014. You see that?
166.
That is at what page?
At page 2167, DCJ.
2167, yes.
2167.
That is correct.
You see the commencement date, 15 January 2013, and the expiry date, 31 March 2014.
That is correct.
So Mr. Fine signed this contract shortly before the assignment was going to expire, and you signed it after that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But there is a memo in between this, I think, that effectively extends the delivery date or the contract date of this agreement that was approved by Mr. Molefe, I think.
All right. So we see here fine on 21 February 2014. Now I want to take you to the session letter that you spoke about earlier. That you find, again, we're in the Mohammadi bundle, exhibit BB3 in brackets A. Page 175. Are you
Which,
at page 1? Can you go to 175, please?
On Exhibit BB3. 8.
BB3A. Now this document, MSM 175, this is dated the 16th of April, 2014. See that?
Yes, sir.
And it says pursuant, and this is a letter addressed to you by Mr. Sagar, correct?
That is correct.
So it says pursuant to our discussions and agreement on 5 February 2014, we hereby confirm that the mandate awarded to McKinsey Incorporated and all rights and obligations created thereby was, on 5 February 2014, ceded and or delegated to Regiment's capital in accordance with such discussion and agreement. You see that?
That is correct.
On account of and pursuant to the aforementioned session and delegation, all work related to and in respect of the mandate was conducted by regiments and not by McKinsey Incorporated. You see that?
I see that.
What does that mean? On account of and pursuant to the above-mentioned session and delegation, all work related to and in respect of the mandate was conducted by Regiment's Capital and not by McKinsey.
Mr. Chair, I can only understand that to be that once the session had been agreed to between Transnet, McKinsey and regiments, the intervening period, whatever work had been done, was basically done was done by regiments and not McKinsey. As I said to you, there was a period of time, once the session had been agreed to in principle, that work had still need to be done on the, let's say, the post-tender negotiation for the locomotives. And that work was then done by regiments instead of McKinsey.
So can I then take you back to the M&S report? So at paragraph 2.4.20 at page 383, the M&S report reads, with reference to the session, that this session was invalid on the basis that at the time when McKinsey purported to cede the contract, McKinsey's rights in respect of the transaction advisory services had lapsed. We've gone through the fact that they lapsed on the 1st of December 2013. You want to comment on that?
No, sir.
All right. And then another thing that they pick up on is at paragraph 2.5 at page 384, dealing with the master service agreement. Subsequent to the purported session on 21 February, Transnet and McKinsey concluded an MSA. Now, that may not be correct because it appears that you and Mr. Fine signed on different dates.
That is correct.
But what they do go on to say at 252, if the purported session between McKinsey and regiments was valid, then McKinsey didn't have legal authority to conclude the MSA, as it had ceded its rights and obligations in terms of the cession to regiment.
As you would have seen, Mr. Chair, the MSA was actually signed by Mr. Fine, and as I had discussed and previously, the discussions around the MSA, or the session relating to the session between regiments and McKinsey was being discussed by Mr. Sega. But having said that, Mr. Chair, I would think that Mr. Sega would have been communicating with McKinsey in that regard.
But you signed the MSA later in the year, after having learnt of the session.
Yes, sir.
So you signed it, we've seen in August. You came to learn, or let me say formally, on the 16th of April of the session.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, this would have been a document that, the MSA, for example, this would have been a document that would have been brought to me by procurement, and they would have then said, listen, this document needs to be signed. And having regard to the fact that
This document is?
this document would need to be signed because it was unsigned at that time, and I would have then signed it.
You see, Mr. Singh, I mean, so you were aware that there was a session with effect from the 5th of February, you've told us that.
Yes.
The McKinsey MSA was signed by Mr. Fine after that, on the 21st of February.
Yes, sir.
And you signed it in August.
Yes.
All along you knew that there was a session with effect from the 5th of February.
That's correct, sir.
I see. So what I just want to ask you, one thing again, because it's important for us to try and get a sense of this. If you go to MSM 175, what is it saying here, this session letter, where it talks about all work was conducted by regiments and not by McKinsey? During what period?
Mr. Chair, this relates to the issue of the nature of the reason why McKinsey decided to, how can I say, abandon the project, if I want to call it, because this is basically what it means, is that McKinsey came to a decision that they didn't want to be, or they didn't want to be part of the project anymore.
Why was that?
I don't recall completely offhand, but I think there was some issues relating to a disagreement between Transnet Freight Rail and one of the McKinsey, I think it was Mr. Fine, that there was some animosity between, or there was some disagreement around numbers or something or the other, and that's what led to this.
Just to locate the chairperson, correct me if I'm wrong, this is at the time following the conclusion of the LSAs, locomotive supply agreements.
No, this was prior to that.
Okay. When were those agreements concluded?
That was, I think, March 2014.
Yes, but I mean, this letter is dated the 16th of April.
No, hence I'm saying the discussions and the.
What I want to get at is that you got this letter in between the conclusion of the LSAs and approaching the board to increase the ETC.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. And now you're told that all the work that's been done has been done by regiments. That relates also to the business case and the assistance that they will be giving you in relation to the increase in the ETC, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
But having said that, Mr. Chair, I think this is in a way of speaking, McKinsey wanted to distance themselves from having had input into the business case, but I think at the end of the day, the business case was developed jointly between regiments and McKinsey. Else we would have paid McKinsey for no work.
But just, you know, I know you've kept close tabs on the evidence given by McKinsey. We can find the transcript if my memory is incorrect and doesn't accord with yours. But didn't Dr. Fine testify that McKinsey, they fell out, they ceded, and it was in that short period of time that there was this huge increase in the ETC, that Regiments was at the helm, and he considered that completely unjustifiable. Do you remember him giving that evidence?
Well, that may be his view, sir, and I'm again saying, hopefully when we get to the transactions, we'll be able to understand the real reasons as to why the increases occurred.
Yes, but Mr. Singh, we are dealing with the transactions here.
No,
And
no, I'm saying...
This is one of the, these are your advisors who are tainted, who are assisting you with the transactions, but this is a transaction that we're scrutinizing, this
Yes,
one here.
I understand, but you are leading evidence relating to the increase in ETC, which is a
Yes.
separate transaction.
What I'm trying to get at, though, is I want to track the timeline, and I think that we've agreed that there was a conclusion of the LSAs in March. There was an approach to the board to increase the ETC. This letter comes in between, and I've paraphrased for you the evidence of Dr. Fine.
Yeah, so if we're dealing with that, then let's deal with
All right.
that. Then I say that the increase was completely justified, and if you want to know the reasons, let's deal with them.
What I'm struggling with is to work out what work are we talking about. Because if McKinsey are saying all the work that's been done on this contract, okay, is Regiment's work, then why on earth do you go and conclude a contract with McKinsey? McKinsey are saying on the face of this letter that we haven't done any work. Regiments have done all the work.
As I said to you, Mr. Chair, it was an attempt from McKinsey to distance themselves from the business case for whatever reason that they thought they needed to do it at the time.
I'm sorry, just...
I'm saying, Mr. Chair, this...
The question is, why conclude an agreement with McKinsey when McKinsey says for such and such a period, it's Regiments who did the work? That's the question. So what is your answer to that?
Well, Mr. Chair, the agreement needed to be signed, regardless, because there was going to be a ceding of the work that they had been awarded. So the award of the tender needed a contract, which then subsequently would be ceded. You can't cede a non-existent contract. You had to inherit the rights to that and then cede.
Mr. Myberg?
Yeah. I think that's the point made by MNS. This was not a valid session because there wasn't a contract and the addendum had lapsed.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, in terms of the letter, you will see that pursuant to our discussions and agreement on 5 February, so there was an agreement that had been reached on 5 February, and that is per the session letter.
All right. Now, this session letter, as you call it, is dated the 16th of April, correct?
That is correct.
You received it on that day.
I do not recall, sir.
Now, that brings us to what I really wanted to get to, and that is something else that happened on the 16th of April. Can I ask you, please, to go to page 888 of bundle 5B, your exhibit.
B.
Yes.
Did you say 5B?
Yes,
Mr. Myberg?
Chairperson. 5B.
Okay.
And by that I mean Transnet bundle 5B.
Oh. Okay. And what's the page number?
The page number is 888. So, Mr. Singh, if you go to page 896, would you confirm that you signed this on the same date as the session letter, the 16th of April 2014?
Sorry, one second. That is correct.
So let's go back to the beginning.
I'm sorry. You referred him to what page, Mr. Maibek?
888, Chairperson.
Yeah.
888.
I thought you referred him to a page with his signature as well. Is that at 896?
Yes, I beg your pardon. So the document starts at 888, and then you're absolutely correct. At 896 is the signature, and there you will see that Mr. Singh signed it on the 16th of April 2014, the same date as the session letter.
Yeah, okay.
If we then go back to the beginning of the document, Mr. Singh, and in fact you have referred to this briefly already, the purpose of the submission, note the deliverables executed by the transaction advisor on the locomotive transaction compared to the original scope per letter of intent, ratify the amendment to the allegation of scope of work from McKinsey to regiments, ratify the amendment in makeup in the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank to regiments, approve a change in the remuneration model of the transaction advisor compared to the original remuneration model, and delegate power to the GCFO to give effect to the above proposals. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you say, or what is said at paragraph 2, is the GCE approved the appointment of McKinsey-led consortium to provide complete advisory services on the 1064 locomotive tender. A letter of intent was signed by the Group CFO on 4 December for 35.2 million, excluding VAT and disbursements. Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then what it talks about at page 894, change in remuneration model at the foot of the page. Regiments implemented extensive intellectual property and complex techniques and methodologies to achieve the above benefits to Transnet, thereby mitigating the risks identified above. You see that?
Sorry, where are you, sir?
And
Where were you reading?
Sorry, what page
from,
are you on, sir?
Mr.
I'm reading at
Maibek?
paragraph 20,
Oh, page 894.
894. And the work that's being spoken of is paraphrased in paragraph 16. As a result of the work done by regiments, the delivery schedule was accelerated, thereby ensuring that the locomotives arrived earlier, and there was a consequent saving. Is that correct?
Part of it, yes.
Yes. So then we go over the page at 895. The regiment's operating model for such engagements is usually based on a risk-sharing model, 25% of value created. In this case, regiments was transferred a mandate and remuneration model already accepted by McKinsey. Is that right?
Yes.
You see that?
In terms of the session, yes.
Yes, so that's in terms of the session letter of the 16th of April, the same day that you signed this. Correct? So, regiments was transferred a mandate and remuneration model accepted by McKinsey. That remuneration model was a fixed cost model, correct?
Yes, and in terms of the LOI that we...
Yeah, well, it was 35 million.
Yes.
And that's not just 35 million to McKinsey or to regiments, to the whole consortium.
Yes.
I see. So paragraph 23, regiments' initial indication were that they would have preferred to be engaged on a model consistent with paragraph 21 above. That's a success fee. Correct?
That is correct.
The initial request was rejected. However, based on the significant value created / saved, as well as risks mitigated as noted above, a request to amend the remuneration model was submitted. A request by who?
This is we regiments.
By regiments. By Mr. Wood.
Yes, sir.
And he submitted it to you.
Yes.
Yes. And then you say, consequently, an additional fee of 78.4 million, excluding VAT, is recommended to regiments, representing a 0.04% of the total savings. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So then if we go to page 896, it's recommended that the Group Chief Executive note the deliverables executed by the transaction advisor on the locomotive transaction compared to the original scope of the LOI, ratify the amendment in the allocation of the scope of work from McKinsey to regiment's capital, ratify the amendment in the makeup of the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank Capital with ratify the amendment in the makeup in the transaction advisor consortium from Nedbank Capital with Regiment's Capital, approve a change in the remuneration model of the transaction advisor compared to the original remuneration model, and delegate to the GCFO to give effect to the above proposal. Is that right?
That is correct.
And ultimately we know that regiments were then paid this success fee of 78 odd million, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I put this to Mr. Molefe. Of course, you didn't have to pay this money. I mean, they came cap in hand to you.
That is right, sir.
Because what happened here is as you've said, the entire 1064 transaction advisor contract, the value was 35 million. You acknowledge that they were transferred a mandate and remuneration model already accepted by McKinsey. And here, on the same day as you receive the session letter, you effectively authorize payment of twice the value of the 1064 transaction advisor contract, which was going to be split along amongst a whole lot of partners to regiments. Correct?
That is correct, sir. However, Mr. Chair, this has to be seen in the context of the value that was derived through this process. Mr. Chair, had we not had the transaction advisors on board, you would have seen that the locomotive contracts would have ballooned to a number in excess of about 68 billion. And that number was untenable, Mr. Chair, in terms of being able to deliver on the market demand strategy. And that is the reason why I thought it would be
But it didn't balloon.
Sorry?
It didn't balloon.
Sorry, can you?
It did not balloon into that amount, isn't it? That didn't happen. It didn't go up to that amount.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but had we continued on the basis that we were going, the 55 would have been 68. That's the
Yes.
point. And this 68, Mr. Chair, was not known to anybody,
Was not?
was not calculated or envisaged by anybody. So the risk that was identified was another 20 billion rand worth of risk that was mitigated through this process. And that was the reason why they had come and motivated to say they had added significant value in this process. Our original mandates would have required us to enter into a risk-sharing basis. And Mr. Chair, to be honest, you remember we did recall where we had the handwritten notes that said that the remuneration model was going to be risk-based. But we rejected that. And we make note of that we said the original intention relating to that was rejected. However, based on the performance in terms of being able to demonstrate a 20 billion rand mitigation of risk, it is deemed prudent that we consider this. And again, Mr. Chair, I think if it were to be, it was at Mr. Molefe's discretion to say no. And based on the value that was created, he thought it was reasonable for them to be remunerated on this basis.
But you were recommending this to Mr. Molefe.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Singh, so the day that McKinsey advised you that they're walking away from the contract, same day you recommend that regiments, the mandate and the model must be changed and they should be paid a success fee of 78 million.
No. You will recall that I said the day on which McKinsey actually advised us that they were walking away from the contract was in and around February, if not before that.
So that's just a coincidence. Well, of course, you couldn't recommend this until you were advised of the session
That's
formally.
correct. Yes.
Right. So did you have this on the back burner, or what was happening?
No, Mr. Chair.
Or did you also then did you draft this on the 16th of April?
Which one?
This document.
I don't recall when it was drafted. Now I would be guessing if I had to say so.
Isn't this a case simply of regiments having done their job?
Sorry, sir?
Isn't it a case of them simply having done their job?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think it's one version could be that they certainly did their job, but from my perspective, Mr. Chair, it was a case of understanding. You'd need to understand the history that we've already alluded to in terms of the risks associated with the market demand strategy. And with the 300 billion rand capital program, Mr. Chair, the last thing you wanted to happen is that you actually have capital overruns. And again, when we come into the 38 to 55, you will see why this again plays out. Had we not done this, the 55 would have been 68 without anyone knowing. And that is the backdrop within which I saw value.
I see. Let's go to the M&S report. Could I ask you, please, and this is in Transnet Bundle 6, could you go to page 386?
Sorry, sir.
386 of Bundle 6. So if you go towards the foot of the page, paragraph 2.5.13, on 17 April 2014, Mr. B. Malefe approved the request to pay regiments on a risk-sharing basis. On 23 April 2014, Mr. Edward Thomas, the person that you've referred to during your testimony, drafted a memorandum further opposing the proposal to amend regiment's pay structure. The memorandum reasoned as follows. The benefits that Transnet obtained from the transaction advisor contract was as a result of the contracted for deliverables being provided in terms of the current fixed fee agreement Transnet has with the service provider. Next paragraph, the fact that Regiment's capital operating model is based on a risk-sharing model or success fee is irrelevant. Regiment's capital willingly accepted the rights and obligations of an existing contract whose fees is fixed fee for the delivery of the deliverables. Regiments also agreed to an increased fixed fee for the detailed deliverables that they delivered on. Next paragraph. Based on the above, notwithstanding the GCE's approval, we do not agree to the implementation of the change in remuneration model as the service provider has been sufficiently remunerated for the services provided as per the agreement. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I think it's in line with the discussion, with the question that Mr. Myberg asked previous to this indication. I think Mr. Thomas has the right to his views in terms of saying, basically he's saying, listen, there was a fixed price contract and these services fell within that. Mr. Chair, in my view, as I said, the issue was what did they bring to the party that actually no one else was seeing? And
you were saying, although we are not obliged to give them more money, let's give them more money.
Not on the basis that it was just for free, Mr. Chair.
No.
In my view, there was a full justification for the fact that there was an alternative remuneration model that was required. And Mr. Chair, in the memo to Mr. Molefe, I made it very clear that there was this fixed fees. Because of this value that was added, we are now requesting that we, how can I say, review the remuneration model. So,
Yes, but I was saying the difference between you and Mr. Thomas is that the one says, and that is Mr. Thomas, as I understand what he's saying here, is there is an agreement, we've got what we've got, we have no obligation to pay more. You are saying, as I understand it, I accept that we don't have an obligation to pay them more, but let's pay them more because of ABCD
That is correct.
you are giving.
So what I did note is if you go your page 896 of Exhibit 5B, the memorandum, you recommended it to Mr. Molefe and he approved. There are no other signatories here.
That's 895 of
896
of
of bundle 5B. You see that?
yes, sir.
I mean, you didn't canvass the view of your procurement people.
Sorry, sir.
You didn't canvass the view of your procurement people. You write to Mr. Molefe and he approves it.
Mr. Chair, in this instance, I think the issue relating to Mr. Thomas's reservations, I did not see the memo, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Thomas or paragraph 2.5.1.4 refers to. I think Mr. Peter did have a discussion with me at the time, advising that maybe we do these type of services are probably included in the original scope, and I then had the very same discussion with him in terms of saying, listen, I understand that it is there, but in terms of the work and the deliverables that I've seen, I believe this is something we should consider, and hence the let's call it omission of the signatures of Mr. Thomas and Mr. Peter in this regard. But we do cover the general principles of the procurement procedure manual that enables this type of amendment to be made.
You had a discussion with who?
Sorry?
You said you had a discussion with who?
With Mr. Peter.
With Mr. Peter, but he's also not a signatory.
Yes, yes.
Well, what I'm struggling with, have a look at page 885.
885. 885.
Here's the memorandum where regiments replaced Letsema.
Yes.
He signs that.
Yes.
Why is he not party to 896?
Because as I've just explained, sir.
Yes, but Mr. Singh, as I understand, you realize this is a procurement issue.
Yes.
Now, you have a discussion with him, but he's not party to the memorandum.
Because he didn't agree with the fact that we needed to be remunerated differently.
I beg your pardon?
I said because he didn't agree that he was of the same view that Mr. Thomas was.
Oh, so he didn't want to sign the memorandum.
Well, if he didn't agree with the recommendations, why would he sign?
Did you tell Mr. Molefe, because this is really very important evidence, did you tell Mr. Molefe that Mr. Peter was opposed to this?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said...
So did you tell him?
No. Because
Why
these
not?
things... Sorry?
Why not?
Well, Mr. Chair, these things happen by virtue of the fact that you prepare a memo and it goes to the recipient for them to sign. So I don't take this and go and sit with Mr. Molefe and say, listen, can we please sign this thing? This happens on a basis of you prepare the document, you submit it to whoever you need to submit it to, and based on what you read and what you are confronted with, you then sign or don't sign, or you approve or don't approve. By virtue of the fact that Mr. Peter's signature was not here, I can't see how Mr. Molefe would have been able to say, okay, Mr. Peter was aware of this or was happy with it.
But was it not important that if somebody occupying as high a position as Mr. Peter did at the time, in regard to a procurement matter, that if he did not agree with your view, that the group CEO should be alerted that this is not just one view, there are different views, so that he could take a decision with the benefit of different views.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think in preparing the memo, it makes it very, we've disclosed the fact that we are changing the remuneration model. We are making it quite clear that there was a original contract in place that was on a different operating model, and I thought that was adequate disclosure to be made at that time.
How is that adequate when it doesn't, how is that adequate to tell him that there are different views? Because it doesn't tell him, what you have read doesn't tell him there are different views at senior level.
Well, Mr. Chair, there was not a different view. There was not a different view in terms of procurement. There was a different view in terms of whether the services were value-adding or not.
No, as I understand you, you said Mr. Peter disagreed with your view for paying more, isn't it?
Yes, as Mr. Edward is saying here, that the contract the contract basically was for a fixed fee, and in their view, these services were included in the fixed fee contract.
Mr. Mybeck.
Yes, thank you. So if
So
we
we're
go,
just dismissing this explanation, or? So I'm trying to explain this to you.
I thought you were done. Were you not done? Have
No,
you not
Mr.
finished giving the explanation?
No, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then continue. I thought you were done.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no,
Because you had
that's all right.
requested me
Yes.
to explain if this was important or not.
Yes, no. I thought you were done, so I wanted Mr. Mybeck to continue. If you were not done, finish your explanation.
No, I thought you were dismissing me, Mr. Chair.
No. I'm listening to it.
Okay. No, Mr. Chair, I was trying to explain that the issue of difference comes about in terms of the interpretation of the contract. We did not disagree with that. Where I saw value, I said, listen, let me approach Mr. Molefe to understand whether he agrees whether there was value or not, and if a new remuneration model could be accepted. The procurement procedure manual actually allows for it, which is quoted in paragraph 27 of the document. So it was not a procurement issue. It was an issue of whether value was derived and what was the appropriate remuneration that needed to be made, if recognition needed to be had for the value that was received.
Okay, Mr. Mybeck.
but I suppose what the difference of opinion boiled down to is Mr. Peter didn't think that you should disburse 78 million of Eskom's funds, or of Transnet's funds, in favour of regiments. That's what it boiled down to.
And if Mr. Peter was the decision maker, then yes, he would have not signed
So
the document.
you had a different view, but I just want to confirm, you didn't tell Mr. Molefe of
No,
Mr. Peter's view.
No.
Why not?
Because as I said, these memos, I was not sitting in front of Mr. Molefe and saying, please sign this memo for me, sir. These memos happen, as you can see.
But Mr. Singh, I'm not sure that I understand, and I don't want to quarrel with you. I just need to understand the facts. So is it before you sent the memorandum to Mr. Molefe, did you know of Mr. Peter's concerns?
Well, based on the date, 23rd of April, Mr. Thomas prepares the memorandum, which is a draft memorandum. Given the fact that he has not signed on the 16th, Mr. Chair, I would have thought that I did know, yes.
You did know.
Yes.
So then I'm not sure that I understand when you say you weren't in front of Mr. Molefe. You knew of his concerns, you nevertheless prepared the memo and you sent it to Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
And you didn't think it was necessary to alert Mr. Molefe to the fact that Mr. Peter had a different view.
At the time, no.
All right. So if we carry on with M&S at 387, what we know is, if you go to paragraph 2.5.16, just continuing with the chronology, On the 24th of
Sorry,
April,
sir, what paragraph you at?
2.5.16, so pretty much in the middle of the page.
Yes.
On 24 April 2014, Transnet and Regiments conclude the first addendum to the MSA, which provided for a fixed fee of 78,400,000. Is that right? I presume that should be a success fee.
Yes.
All right. You confirm that?
Yes.
It says on the 23rd of April, Mr. D. Smith sent an email to E. Wood stating that. Now, you know Mr. D. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is his position?
He was a deputy treasurer back office.
And I'm not going to read the whole of this email. I'd like to take you to the third last paragraph on page 387. On the costing and hedging, I fully agree that different alterations have been done by you guys to calculate the possible cost of hedging should we consider the various option structures at different participation levels. You'll recall that a decision was made not to pursue this route and to rather go the FEC structure, as options remain expensive and does not create some risk for suppliers. Does create some. The idea of transferring the FS risk to the balance sheet of the suppliers was a Transnet idea and was included in the conditions of the RFP, and as we have done many of these in the past. Then over the page, the cost of calculating forwards on FECs is a simple technique. Brackets can get directly from Bloomberg or Reuters, and similar information was obtained from our dealers as well. And he goes on to say, I'm not 100% sure why you guys are saying the FX, it resulted in significant savings to Transnet, but please help me if I'm wrong on this one. On the performance guarantees, we did not achieve any savings as only one small amount was involved. I fully agree that you guys did do a benchmarking exercise and the majority of the bond costs were market related. The main reason for me trying to summarize my observations is to try and ensure that ultimately all costs can be audited by auditors once payments have been made and we get challenged. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I did not see this email because I don't think I was copied on this email from Mr. Smith. But what is significant here, Mr. Chair, is that you will see that Mr. Smith at paragraph 2.5.17 says, Eric, it is extremely difficult for us to consider signing off on it as we have not been seeing the engagement letter, and I'm not sure if Anoj has requested this. And if yes, please let me know so I can have a detailed discussion with him. So I don't recall the detailed discussion that happened, Mr. Chair. What is of interest is that, Mr. Chair, he does acknowledge that there were significant work done in developing the cost escalation models and assisting in discussion principles with the suppliers and understanding the cost curves in different markets. It also assists the team in making a decision to decide on the economical amounts of locos that needed to be assembled by TE and the cost of the perspective. Niven also came forward with very practical approach to determine the indicative cost of fixing escalations. Now, Mr. Chair, if you look at that 20 billion that we spoke about in the memo, that 20 billion emanated from all of these things. So the value that was derived was quantified by the 20 billion, notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Dani Smith does and is correct in saying that the issue of transferring risk from a balance sheet we did before. So we didn't derive much value from it. Yet they did propose it. So in the motivation that they had sent to Transnet to say, please agree with our motivation, Mr. Smith said, but I can't agree with this because we did it on our own before. Similarly, in terms of looking at the FX rates, for example, on page 388, FX rates, Bloomberg, you look at the screen, you get the rates. So it's not significant amount of value that they added in. So they didn't get remunerated for that. The bulk of the remuneration related to the 20 billion risk that was identified by them through looking through the escalations and the forward-looking stuff. So that is what they were remunerated for, Mr.
All right, I'd like to then turn to a different transaction. And that relates to the China Development Bank loan. It's also dealt with in the M&S report. We'll come to that. I just asked you to confirm that after the 1064 locomotive contract was awarded to the 4 OEMs, Transnet, of course, needed to secure funding for the 50 billion rand odd expenditure, correct?
That is correct, sir.
The Chinese bidders, as I understand, CSR and CNR, had included letters of funding support from the China Development Bank, which then brings us to the China Development Bank loan. What we know is that Regiments was then paid another success fee, this time of 166 million, for its role in securing the funding facility and the advice in splitting the capital raising between China Development Bank loan and the ZAR Cub loan. Would you confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Now this is dealt with by M&S, and if I could ask you please to go to page 389. At paragraph 2.6.1. On 28 April 2015, Transnet Group Treasurer, Mr. Ramasabudi, compiled a memorandum which was recommended by Mr. Singh as well as Mr. Gama and submitted to the BADC. See that?
That is correct.
The memorandum provides the following: a request for the BADC to approve the contract extension from 99.5 million to 265.5 million for the appointment of Regiments Capital for transaction advisory services and support to Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction. See that?
Yes.
And the difference between those two figures, I think, is the 166 million, excluding VAT, correct?
That is correct.
Summary of the services provided by Regiments in relation to securing the China Development Bank loan in the amount of US dollars 1.5 billion, and sub 3, a motivation for the risk-sharing basis payment of 166 million excluding VAT to Regiments on the basis that the services provided by Regiments for a period of more than 12 months were at risk. You see that?
That is correct.
Then, at paragraph 2.6.3, on 29 April 2015, the BADC approved the recommendation by Mr. Gama, and on 11 June 2015, Transnet paid Regiments 189 million, that's including VAT. Confirm that?
That is correct.
Then they go on to say at 2.4.6, pursuant to the approval of the memorandum by the BADC, Transnet and Regiments concluded the second addendum to the MSA. You confirm that?
I will take it, I don't recall, but I will take it as correct.
And It says on 14 October 2014, but it actually was on the 16th of July 2015. I can take you to that. Could I ask you please to go to Exhibit BB 28?
I've got it, sir.
And could you please turn to page 250? Point 306.
250.306. And this, sir.
So that's the second addendum, which you see was actually signed on the 16th of July 2015 by Mr. Wood for regiments and Mr. Gama for Transnet. You see that?
I see that, sir.
Now, the point that is made by M&S, and I just want to get your comment, is that there was no legal cause. This is at paragraph 2.6.6. There was no legal cause for this payment. This is the 166 success fee for arranging or facilitating the China Development Bank loan. Due to the fact that on 4 February 2014, Transnet and Regiments concluded the third addendum to the LOI, which we saw earlier, which allocated a fixed fee of 15 million rand for all the funding and financing services.
Mr. Chair, this is one of those issues that, again, if you had to go back to that 4th of February LOI, I think we de-scoped through those handwritten notes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said through on that 4th of February 2014 LOI is the one where you had the handwritten annotations.
Where you had?
The handwritten annotations.
Well, no.
And we de-scoped the funding and the risk portion.
I beg your pardon?
You recall the February 2014 LOI
Yes.
was where you had the handwritten notes. And that handwritten notes de-scoped the funding and the risk share or the risk basis for the funding activities.
And allowed for this.
Sorry?
And then allowed for this.
I'm just responding to this portion.
Yeah. So I interrupted you. So the handwritten notes rescoped.
No, de-scoped.
Descoped.
Basically, remember, there was an element where the document referred to funding and a consequent 20 basis point remuneration on success. That
Right.
handwritten note removed that.
Yes, I remember that.
And
yeah.
remember, I then said it was not the appropriate time for that to have actually happened at the time, therefore it was de-scoped.
Yes.
So the 15 million fixed fee related to the other activities that memo, that document related to,
Right.
or the residual activities that it related.
So in other words, this activity of I mean, and perhaps you can help us with the language. I mean, here they were actually executing a transaction.
Yes,
Whereas, if I understand you correctly, that addendum related to simple advisory
yes.
services.
In terms of planning and identifying sources and
Is,
so on.
is that what you're saying?
Yes, this was actual fundraising.
Yes. So this is fundraising.
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps I could just, whilst we are in Mr. Garmer's documents and we're talking about the third addendum, just have a look at page 250.380. This was signed on 4 February, the third addendum.
Yes.
And you're saying it was on that document, and I'll take you to your handwritten notes. Is that right?
Okay, so, yeah, I'm looking for the handwritten notes.
Okay, just give me a second. Those handwritten notes we find at MSM 177, Mr. Mohammadi's documents,
Yes.
BB3A,
What number is that, sir? 177.
MSM 177. And the actual annotations, Mr. Singh, you find at page MSM 180.
Yes, sir. So if you look at MSM 178, you will see that 2.1, it says deliverables except the actual fundraising will be executed for a fee of 15 million over a period of 12 months.
I'm sorry, you are reading from
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
2.1.
on,
Just raise your voice.
on page MSM 178, paragraph 2.1.1,
Yeah.
deliverables in bracket except the actual fundraising must be executed at a fixed fee of 15 million. A performance fee equal to 20% of savings achieved against the benchmark interest rate. Basically, this is now for actual fundraising. So what the handwritten notes on page 180 did was it took out 2.1.1 and consequently 2.1.2, which only left the 15 million. But it's still, we still needed to do the actual fundraising, which is what the memorandum to the BADC was about.
All right. So, if I understand what you're saying, and of course M&S have a different view to you, but if I understand what you're saying is this was a new, there wasn't a contract that regulated this. This was a new deal and it required a new contract. Is that right?
Well, Mr. Chair, the activity required a new.
A new?
Sorry, sir.
Required a new?
Mr. Chair, the activity was obviously de-scoped from here. So when the activity happened, it needed a new home.
Okay.
So the home that then was placed in the existing contract that existed at the time. Therefore, we requested a contract extension for the activities that then happened.
So let's go then to the memorandum that dealt with this. I've already referred you to 28 April memo to Badek. That you find in bundle 5B.
5.
And could I ask you to turn up page 1039?
Just one second. Five B page
1039.
103.
You'll just have to repeat that, Mr. Maybank. The page.
Page 1039, Chairperson.
Okay.
And let me just take you to the signature page quickly, Mr. Singh, 1047. You see that you sign it.
I'm sorry. Transnet bundle 5B. My one starts
Transnet
at
bundle 5B, yes. Page
My one,
1039.
1039.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Singh, you'll see there's the subject, request to appoint JP Morgan and Regiments Capital to conclude on the China Development Bank loan. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then I've taken you to the signature page. That's at 1047. And it seems that everybody signed on the 28th of April 2015. You agree with that?
That is correct.
If you have a look at page 1043, at paragraph 67, it reads, regiments have been working together with the risk management stroke middle office of Transnet Treasury for over the last 12 months to achieve the outcome below. You see that?
Yes.
At paragraph 73, at 1044, the financial advice and negotiation support that regiments provided through this entire process, which took in excess of 12 months, was done at risk with the expectation of compensation only on successful completion. See that?
Yes.
And then it sets out the fees, and the proposal is 166 million. Fee, success fee. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And then if we go to the end of the document, 1047, the recommendation is approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan to hedge the financial risk that we don't need to deal with now. Approve the confined appointment of JP Morgan, and then the important one, approve the contract extension from 99.5 million to 265.5 million for the appointment of Regiments Capital for transaction advisory services and support to Transnet on the 1064 locomotive transaction. Is that right?
That is correct.
So, just the points that I've put to Mr. Gama, let me put them to you as well. And that is, if this was something different to that covered by the addendum, it's not advice, it's actually execution, then surely it would have been irregular to allow regiments to have worked, as it appears on the face of this document, for 12 months without there being any contractual provision at all.
Mr. Chair, as I said, the contract required, or the services required a home, and the home that was then found was the existing contract, and therefore the existing contract was extended. And
But it was done after the event, Mr. Singh. I mean,
Sorry?
they worked on this for 12 months, on the execution part of it, not advisory, because we're saying this is different
Yes.
to advisory. My concern is, and I just want your comment on it, that here you have regiments now performing a different role, not advisory, but they're executing. They're working on this for 12 months, but there's no contract at the beginning of that task regulating this very sizable piece of work on the face of this memo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I think it comes back to that exclusion that we had discussed, the handwritten annotations. It was always envisaged that they were going to be doing this work, and they were going to be doing it at risk. And as I said, once it came to the point of where we executed, the activities of the work needed a home. And the home that was then found was this contract, and the contract extension that was then reviewed and motivated by procurement.
But you accept that was done ex post facto?
Because the work had been continuing for 12 months.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, is that you again had no obligation to pay regiments this money.
No, Mr. Chair, we had, well, in my view, we had an obligation to pay the money because there was an understanding that this work was actually being undertaken at risk.
When you say an understanding, was there any contractual obligation?
I think one of the addendums did allude to the fact that we needed to...
And when you talk about an understanding between who and who?
Mr. Chair, if you give
Well,
me...
let's start with a confirmation of what I thought Mr. Mayberg wanted to confirm with you. Do you agree that there was no contract for a number of months when the work was being done?
Mr. Chair, I have not read this document. I think it could be...
Come closer to the mic.
Sorry, I said, Mr. Chair, I have not read the memorandum
Yes.
that supports this. So maybe it would be worthwhile if we could just come back to this after the break so that I can have an opportunity to peruse this memorandum.
Yes, but as things stand, your recollection is that there was or there wasn't subject to checking?
Mr. Chair, I think it would be better served if I read this and then give you a proper answer. Otherwise, I'll have to change it again.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough. But, okay, and so we can come back to the question of whether there was a contract. I suppose that would then answer the question of whether they worked at risk and what the understanding was and whether that had been provided for. But let me put the rest of my proposition. So the first one that I put to Mr. Gama is, it seems what I suggested, is that it appears irregular that they were allowed to perform this work without there having been a contract in place. So there they were for 12 months doing this. There were no performance targets. Surely there were huge issues of confidentiality and the like. There's no contract from what I can see. Allied to that, and we can kill two birds with one stone once you've gone through this, is that on the face of it, it seems there was no obligation to pay regiments this money. I mean, the fact that they may have been working at risk doesn't mean that you were obliged to pay them. And then perhaps I could ask you to deal with this if you can. On the face of it, Mr. Singh, this appears to be a different procurement event. I mean, where was there any procurement evaluation or analysis here? So what you have is you have regiments providing you with advisory services, etc. But now you're going into the Chinese Development Bank loan. Now you're going into the execution of the deal. You want to comment on that?
I think it's linked to the first one in terms of the
right.
contract extension.
The other thing that I've explored with Mr. Garman, I want to put it to you as well, is did you not ever think that there was a conflict here with regiments? In the sense that they were your advisors. They were, in terms of that addendum, if you read it as that just being purely advisory, they were advising you on deal structures, transaction structures. On the one hand, they're advising you what you should do and what you should explore, and on the other hand, at the same time, they're actually executing the transaction. And on the face of it, there's a tension, is there not?
I think Well, let's put it this way. When we, let me see, how do you put it? Okay, the actual execution of the deal, okay, basically was with China Development Bank. Okay, so Transnet executed a loan funding facility with China Development Bank. So that was the one leg of the transaction. In raising that funding between China Development Bank and Transnet, regiments played an advisory role relating to that fundraising activity that was happening. And in that fundraising activity that was happening between the parties, they had given advice as to how the cost of funding for that facility could be reduced. So that was one element. The next element, Mr. Chair, is the actual, how can I say, the cross-currency swap that would needed to have been executed to mitigate the exchange rate risk and interest rate risk relating to the China Development Bank loan that was between Transnet and China Development Bank. In executing the hedge for the underlying loan that we had now agreed to enter into with China Development Bank, we then also got advice from regiments in terms of how do we actually optimize the cost relating to the interest rate swap and, well, the hedge structure relating to the hedging of the risk relating to interest and foreign exchange on the loan. So when you see the elements of the transaction in that manner, there is no conflict because they didn't participate in the actual fundraising. Neither did they actually participate in the actual hedging. So the hedging was actually done by JP Morgan.
Well, then what did they do?
Sorry?
What did they do?
So that's what I'm trying to allude. If you look at the memo basically outlines exactly what they did and what value they added in terms of the negotiations between China Development Bank and on the one hand and JP Morgan on the other hand.
But surely that's just advisory services. We can go to that addendum. That's what they were supposed to help you with.
And that is the reason, I guess, the contract extension was a route that we actually adopted for the procurement event.
All right, but you're going to have a look at this perhaps overnight, and we can deal with it when we resume.
Sure.
The other thing that I put to Mr. Gama, and you can comment on this, is Dr. Bloom testified that the fee he considered excessive. He felt there was a 90 million rand overpayment. He said that they got 0.15% on yield, presumably that's the 15 basis points, whereas in his view, market convention and Transnet practice for a lead arrangement fee was 0.06% on yield. Are you in a position to comment on that?
No, not at this time.
Now, you do know that this payment of 189 million to regiments was part of the Gupta money laundering. I've told you that.
Sorry, sir?
This payment was part of the Gupta money laundering.
I was not aware of that, sir.
I just want to then take you to the next document. So this is the memorandum that's signed by everyone on the 28th of April 2015. Then there's another memorandum, if you have a look at page 1048. Now, you'll see that this actually deals with the same thing. If you go to the recommendation at the end, 1052, you see there that it's recommended that the acting group chief executive approves the following. 1, the value of the contract be increased to a capped 265.5 million. So that gives you the 166 million success fee. And then the allowance for the contract period to accommodate the successful conclusion of the funding and hedging agreements with CDB and JP Morgan in order to effect the remuneration in brackets success or risk-based fee to Regiment's capital. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, something that arose in Mr. Gama's evidence was this. You signed this recommendation on the 19th of May 2015. Do you see that?
That is correct.
He only signed it on the 16th of July 2015. See that?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, you authorized payment of this money in the intervening period before you had actually signed the memorandum.
When was this thing paid? I think at 1053, you see an invoice which I initialed and said approved by the Acquisition and Disposal Committee, but there's no date on it. I'm not too sure when this was actually paid.
All right. I could just have a second, please, Chairperson.
Okay. Well, should we take this opportunity to take a 10 minutes adjournment?
No, I've found what I need, if I could, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
As you would appreciate, Mr. Singh, when you refer to the evidence of other people, often those documents are in their bundles and when they're actually in yours as well. So you're looking at page 1053. There's the invoice.
Yes, 105.
We can't see at 1053 when you authorized it. But if you go to 1061,
1061.
there's a payment advice dated the 11th of June, 2015,
That is correct, sir.
signed by you.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
That is correct.
Now that was before Mr. Gama signed the memorandum at 1052.
That is correct, sir.
In fact, yes. And Mr. Garner could think of no reason why you would have authorized this payment before he signed this memorandum. What was the rush?
I don't think there was a rush, Mr. Chair.
But what it does mean is that unless there is some other written document we are not aware of, is that you authorized payment before there was written approval from him of the memo. And one wonders why.
Well, Mr. Chair, the authorizing authority in this case was the ADC.
Was
the Acquisition and Disposal Committee,
yes,
which is recorded on page 1047.
yes,
And if you look at the recommendations there, that gave rise to the approval that occurred on the 11th of June. And as I approved, I said it, as I attached my initial to the invoice, it said approved by the Acquisition and Disposal Committee. The
sorry,
document...
where is that part?
Oh, sorry, sir. On 1053.
1053. I'm looking for the part that where you say, as you signed.
If you look at my initial,
Oh.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, now I see that.
it says
yeah.
approved by ADC.
Yes,
So the approving authority, Mr. Chair, for this transaction was the ADC.
but I mean, that's a board committee, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
But would the board committee get involved in the signing of paperwork?
No, hence, Mr. Chair, I signed as the CFO, the invoice, approving the invoice, noting that the ADC had approved this payment.
But Mr. Mybeck's question would still arise because obviously the memo contemplated that Mr. Gama must approve as well.
No, Mr. Chair, the purpose of the memo was, if you look at 1048, was to request the acting GCE to approve the contract addendum. So this was basically a document that was submitted to Mr. Gama on the 19th of May, subsequent to the approval of the ADC, to approve the contract amendment.
But what would have happened if he didn't?
Sorry?
What would have happened if he didn't approve it? Then you would have had no contract, and then there would have been
No, but this
a
was
dispute as to whether there needed to be payment.
This was consequent to the ADC having approved the.
But then why was there a need for this memorandum to Mr. Gama?
Because as Mr. Chair had highlighted, is that the ADC wouldn't sign contracts.
Well, but that's precisely the point.
But they had
Because
already
if-
You
approved.
needed a signed contract by Mr. Gama. That was the legal instrument, that was the contract. I mean, there was a contract variation here. What would have happened if he didn't sign it?
I guess, Mr. Chair, that we would have gone back to the decision taken by the ADC. I'm not too sure. I didn't really think of the contract amendment when I approved this payment, I assume.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how much longer you would like me to go on with Mr. Singh. I'm told by the stuff is quite.
Yes, no, I understand. And tomorrow evening, you're not involved in the evening session.
No,
If there is any, there might not be any. So if we break now at 4, can we accept that tomorrow, if there is no evening session arranged with any other work stream, we can go beyond 4 to try and finish?
Chairperson, again, we're not trying to frustrate you,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, I've got commitments tomorrow evening too.
Yeah,
So
well,
we understood from the arrangements that we sit from 10 to 4 every day, and that's why.
No. I haven't said how much into the evening. It might be 5, it might be 6. It doesn't necessarily mean it's as late as it sometimes is. So I'm just checking whether there is a possibility that we could go beyond 4 o'clock. I haven't spoken about how much into.
I can inform Chairperson tomorrow morning if it's possible. I will endeavour to make
Yeah.
arrangements, but I must be upfront and honest with you. My situation is that I've made alternative arrangements, work commitments, so
Please do the best you can for tomorrow, because I would like us to finish with Mr. Singh's evidence tomorrow. Okay, we'll adjourn now with Mr. Singh's evidence, and as soon as, well, the evening session, people are supposed to be here at 4, and if they need to wait, they wait until 5 o'clock while we finish. So hopefully they are here. But tomorrow, let's try and finish. Okay, all right. So we'll now adjourn the day session. We adjourn.
I just want to see where we go. So it's at the end of his bundle.
SC, Mr. Solomon, do you know Mandla Gumbi?
I do. He's my junior. You can let him in.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, Mr. Maybeck. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Before we start, I just want to make an announcement that I was planning to only make tomorrow morning, but I understand that somebody has put in the media something that I was still to announce, and I never gave authority that it should be done. The president was going to appear before the commission on Monday and Tuesday, that is 31st May and the 1st of June. I have moved that his appearance to later in June, so that he would come at the end of the oral evidence. So another date, I will announce another date or 2 dates in the course of June. So he will no longer appear before the commission on Monday and Tuesday, but he will still appear before the end of June. Okay, all right, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if it's necessary to administer the oath again to
Yes,
Mr.
let's do
Gigaba.
that. Let's do that. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Knowledge Malusi Gigaba.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon is appearing virtually. Mr. Solomon, are you there? Well, let's start because I'm sure, or I hope he can hear. Okay,
Thank you, Chairperson.
let's start, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gigaba.
Good afternoon.
I just
Mr.
want
Chairman.
to finish off on...
Good afternoon, Mr. Gigaba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to finish off on Mr. Gaba. I want to refer you to one document, if I may. Can you go to your exhibit 24? So this is Transnet Bundle 7A, Chairperson. And could you please go to page 979?
Page 1979.
Chairperson, I'm told there's a technical problem with the Zoom connection. 5 minutes is required to sort it out.
Oh. Sure. Yeah, we are losing a lot of time today. Okay, we adjourn.
Sound check. Hello, Mr. Solomon.
Hearings venue, I can hear you now.
All right.
Can you just test from the DCJ and test from the SC on site?
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, but it should be fine if you can hear us now, Weda.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but where, Tamani, are you on, just speak from DCJ's chair, just to make sure. Please. Because the camera, we can't see now which direction it's pointing.
Check, Weda. You can hear us now.
We can hear, but just speak slowly, because it's just like a bit of an echo.
It should be fine. I'm wearing my mask on.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Solomon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Thank you.
Oh,
the other people on the Zoom? Ms. Royal, Mr. Gumbi?
It's much better, thank you.
Cool.
Can you hear me? Mr. Solomon? Mr. Solomon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Rich. Mr. Gumbi says he can hear.
Thank you, sir. Very good to go. If anyone's watching on the live feed, so just pause YouTube or block or mute, because it can create echoes. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Solomon, please drop down the volume on your device so that it doesn't feedback on our side.
Sorry, say again.
Decrease the volume on your device.
Okay, is it very loud?
Yeah, it was feeding on our side, but should be fine.
Is that better?
Yes, it's
Is
fine.
that better?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, put it on 50 or 60.
I've done so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Gigaba, I want to take you to Transnet Bundle 7A, page 979. Just one further question in relation to Mr. Gama.
Yes.
There is
What is the page number?
979, Chairperson.
Okay.
What you find at 979 is a letter from Temba Longa,
Yes.
Longa attorneys. Those were Mr. Gama's attorneys. I just want to direct your attention to paragraph 2 at page 979. It says, "We confirm that when this matter was settled, it was agreed in writing with the then Minister of Public Enterprise that the costs incurred by Mr. Gama, our client, would be borne by Transnet." You want to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's the first time I see this letter. It was not brought to my attention because this letter is submitted, it's dated 25 June 2014 when I was Minister of Home Affairs. The Department of Public Enterprises did not bring it to my attention to query whether there was or there had been such an agreement written to Langa attorneys. There was no such an agreement. I was not involved in this thing. There was no written agreement, and if there was, it would have been presented to me, because the Department of Public Enterprises would have queried why the minister had made such a written agreement with attorneys of a client that was in dispute with an SOE. Now, the minister could not enter into such an agreement in any possible way.
One second, Mr. Gigaba. Registrar. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you. The Minister of Public Enterprises doesn't enter into legal contracts that are binding on state-owned companies. The establishment acts of these SOEs would not permit that, as well as the Companies Act, the Shareholder Compact. There is no legislation which creates such a precedent. Now, any letter that is written officially from a minister to an SOE first goes through the various divisions in the department where it is approved by the relevant officials in the department right up to the Director General before it is submitted to the minister for signature. And the department would certainly not have drafted or authorized the drafting of such an agreement, because they would have clearly said to me that, Minister, this is not within your powers. And therefore, there was no such advice submitted to me, either in the form of an internal memorandum by the department or in any other form that would have sanctioned me agreeing in writing to such a matter. This matter was an internal matter within Transnet. Let me also add, Mr. Chairman, that ministers are executive authorities. They are not accounting officers. I approve the budget insofar as it is consistent with the policy framework which has been decided at that time. But the minister does not enter into contracts, does not commit funds for any function whatsoever. And therefore, to this extent, the minister would have been acting or would have acted way beyond their powers. And the Director General would have surely protested to say, Minister, this is not within your powers. You are committing funds, which is the function of the accounting officer. And therefore, I did not write any such letter to Langa attorneys. I did not meet Langa attorneys to make any commitment that they were going to be paid for representing their client.
So, Mr. Gigaba, I mean, I think we're probably all in agreement that if you had done that, it would be irregular.
Yes.
But perhaps I can just ask you, do you have any idea where Mr. Langa would have got this from?
I think he was just trying to drop my name in order to solicit their payment.
Could I then ask
I'm
you,
sorry, just repeat that answer, I missed it.
I said, Mr. Chairman, he was dropping my name in order to solicit payment. And it is very strange to me that he would submit this letter to the department when he knew I had left the department, because by the 25th of June, it had been a whole month since I had left the Department of Public Enterprises. If there had been any commitment by myself to this effect, this letter, in all sincerity, would have been submitted whilst I was still the Minister of Public Enterprises.
but he's not submitting it to the department, he's submitting it to Transnet's attorneys.
Even then, the answer still stands. the letter is submitted to Transnet attorneys when I was no longer Minister of Public Enterprises, and it still defies logic why it would have such would have been done.
Now, I then want to move to a different topic, and this deals with...
Well, before you move to a different topic, Mr. Maybeck, I think it is important to get your view, Mr. Gigaba, on the defensibility or otherwise of the settlement agreement that was reached by the Transnet board with Mr. Gama. Because that was a board that was appointed, at least the majority, I would imagine, appointed during your term, number one. And number two, it was during your term as Minister of Public Enterprises. Number three, of course, there is the history relating to Mr. Gama that I highlighted to you as given by Ms. Barbara Hogan in terms of her version being that Mr. Zuma was insistent that the position of Group CEO of Transnet would therefore not have to be filled until his disciplinary processes were completed. I think it was indicated to you last time that Mr. Mkwanazi, who was the chairperson of the board, conceded that the settlement agreement that they reached with Mr. Gama was indefensible. Now, it may well be that somebody might say it is defensible. It's difficult for me to see how anybody can say it is defensible. Now, obviously, being Minister of Public Enterprises at the time, you would have an interest in boards of SOEs under your jurisdiction, performing their duties in a way that really advances the interests of the SOEs. Now, let me ask, have you seen that agreement? Are you familiar with its terms, that settlement agreement? I think you would have. Now I remember it was sent to you, I think, at some stage for you to comment. The settlement agreement between Transnet and Mr. Gama.
Mr. Chairman, it was sent to me, and in my view, the matter involving this settlement agreement would have been difficult for me to comment on post facto, given the fact that by the time it was brought to my attention, the agreement had been reached, the parties had negotiated it. So it would be difficult for me to argue with any conviction that it can be defended or cannot be defended. I think the views of the people who were involved, who studied it, and those who perhaps because of the responsibilities which they carried at the time, the views that they would express on the matter would be much more authoritative than mine, given the lapse of time since then and the fact that the matter really at the time did not serve before me in any way, and certainly the contract, the agreement was not brought to my attention since Mr. Gama was a divisional CEO, I had left it to the board to deal with the matter and resolve it.
Well, you see, I think last time you said we took quite some time with Mr. Gama or with Mr. Mkwanazi on this issue, and you are right, we took quite some time. And certainly from my side, it's because of the unusual features of this agreement, because you have a situation where, a very senior position that's supposed to be filled at Transnet is not filled for close to 2 years. Actually, it wasn't filled for 2 years. And more than 1.5 of that 1.5 years, it wasn't filled because on the version of the person who was minister at the time, the president at the time said, I want so and so and nobody else to take this position. And then this person was dismissed at the end of the disciplinary process for extremely serious acts of misconduct. And when the settlement agreement was reached, reinstating him, he was admitting that he had committed these serious acts of misconduct. He was no longer disputing Mr. Gama. There is a very comprehensive judgment that was done by the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing, a senior counsel at the bar in Joburg. So at the time he was reinstated, he was not disputing that he was properly found guilty of those acts of misconduct anymore. And yet, here is this board which takes him back. Not only that, gives him full reinstate, full back pay for the period that he had been dismissed. Not only that, it looks at litigation which he had brought in the High Court where he was challenging his suspension by Transnet before he went through the disciplinary process, which he lost. And the judge in the High Court said he must pay Transnet costs for that litigation. Not only do they say, and they don't say, okay, don't pay the costs, for whatever reason, maybe, don't pay the costs. They say instead, we, Transnet, who won the case against you, we are going to pay you 75% of your costs. And then they say, in regard to the case that was pending at the time, which he had brought, the unfair dismissal case which was pending in the bargaining council, they say, we will pay, I think, 75% of your legal costs. And that is somebody who is admitting that he was properly found guilty of these very serious acts of misconduct. And apart from that, they say, okay, we'll give you a final warning. But this final warning is not going to be operational when you arrive back. It will be deemed to have been given more than a year ago, and it will be deemed to have been for 6 months. So therefore, when you come in, when you come back, you will have a clean disciplinary slate. It's just something unheard of. So, if we have spent time trying to asking Mr. Mkwanazi about this, and we asked Mr. Gama, but not as much as we asked Mr. Mkwanazi, because Mr. Gama did not reinstate himself, He was within his rights to ask for as much as he may have asked for. The people who had the responsibility were the board. So if we spend time on this, it's because it's such an unusual situation. It calls for an explanation to say, why would a board that is properly looking after the interests of an SOE enter into this kind of settlement? It makes you want an explanation that there must be something else. It can't be. That's what goes on in your mind, because it's just something very difficult to understand. And of course, Mr. Maibek draws to your attention what Langa Attorneys wrote, talking about the Minister of Public Enterprises having, or they having reached agreement with the Minister of Public Enterprises, simply because even that is a strange feature to say what was going on. So, but I thought I must just raise this issue again because it happened after you were brought in as Minister of Public Enterprises, and the settlement agreement certainly seems indefensible. You might wish to say something, but it's something that I thought you would be quite concerned about by virtue of you having been Minister of Public Enterprises when this board entered into it, even if it wasn't shown to you before they signed it.
Well, let me state, Mr. Chairman, that the chairman is an authority on labor law, of which I'm not. I can be an authority on a few other things, but I will not contest the chairman's authority on labor law. I'm not privy, sir, to the full contents and context of the board's discussions on this issue. Perhaps, as the chairperson explains it, the board could have handled it differently, and I leave that to the Commission's discretion to make that determination. Whether the settlement was defensible or not. I think you will be in a position to look at the processes of the disciplinary process and the full discussions of the settlement agreement and its content, and to decide on that basis. I think the chairperson seems already to be of the view on that matter. The letter by Langa Attorneys was a total fabrication. It had no basis. In fact, as puzzling to the chairperson as it is also to me, because I entered into no such an agreement. The department would certainly have said to me, no, don't do this. If I had done it, the department would have ensured that we write another letter, but it would have been impossible for me to write a letter that hasn't emanated from the department. I would not have done that myself. And so I leave it to the Commission to make that determination, but given the explanation that the chairperson is outlining, and given that the chairperson probably already has at sight of the full discussions of the board at the time, I think that perhaps the board could have handled the matter differently and ensured that they protect the interests of the company.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Maibek?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gigaba, could we please go to page Transnet Bundle 7A, page 996.
Sorry, Transnet
The
bundle?
same bundle.
Oh, page 996.
996.32. Towards the end of that.
What's the page number?
996.32, Chairperson.
Okay. Yes, I'm there.
So, no, I'm not sure you are. You go to 996.
Yes,
There's a whole lot of pages after that.
yes.
Okay? You can go, if you can trace your way, so I think you're at 996.3.
Yes.
You need to go all the way to 996.32, 32.
Oh. Yes, I'm there.
So this is a transcript, an extract of a transcript of the evidence of Mr. Riaz Saluji, the then CEO of Denel. And what Mr. Saluji says, and I'm going to just take you to what I think is the core part of this and ask you to comment. At 996.32, at line 14, he says, and then he picked me up. Now he's talking about Mr. Essa. He's talking about being picked up at a coffee shop.
Yes.
And we drove. And then he drove me to the Gupta residence in Saxonwell. I was not aware that that was the residence at that point in time, but he informed me that it was and said, don't worry. Again, he said, this is the support of the very top. The council asks, and this is after you had gotten into his car and you're driving towards Saxonwell. Mr. Saluji, yes. So then we get to the place and we go inside. And I'm taken into a room and I'm introduced to Tony Rajesh Gupta. That's council, yes. Mr. Saluji, it's the first time that I met Tony Gupta. Had you met any of the Gupta family prior to this? Not? Yes. And then the key paragraph that I want to ask you to comment on. So we engaged in pleasantries, and he obviously says, how are you, and whatever else, and then shortly after that Tony escorts me into another room. Okay, so we leave the room, we go into another room. In that room, he introduces me to and now he says, this is my brother. And he doesn't say who the brother is. He just says, this is my brother, and the brother greets me. He says, hello, Riaz, how are you? And I said, I'm fine. And then he turns around, and in the room was also Minister Malusi Gigaba. And then he says to Minister Gigaba, Minister Gigaba, this is the new CEO of Denel. This is the new guy, Riaz. And all Minister Gigaba says was, hello, how are you, Riaz? And that was it. And there was no further exchange. And I mean, there was no discussion about Denel or anything of that sort. It was just an introduction. And if I recall, Minister Gigaba said, these are my friends. He hopes that at some point, if there's anything you can do with them, it would be good. And that was it. Chairperson, please just repeat that. He said what? Mr. Saluji, he said, if at some point in time there's anything that you can assist them with, that's fine. That would be good. Chairperson, that is the one that I'm missing, the earlier one. Did he say these are his friends or something like that? Mr. Saluji, these are his friends. And if at some point there's something you can do together with them in Denel, it would be good, something to that effect. Chairperson, okay. Mr. Saluji, the meeting was very short. And this person, who I later found out was a tool, was talking, asked me, how's Denel, how's it going, and whatever else. And I said, it's fine. I'm settling in, and whatever else, and we shook hands, and we left. And Essa took me back in his car to the coffee shop. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the first instance, Mr. Chairman, I deny emphatically that I was ever in such a meeting. It is implausible to me that someone who would have agreed to be picked up from a coffee shop, driven to a destination they don't know about, but still felt comfortable to come to that destination and meet the people he did not know about. That he can then say, I did not have a pre-existing relationship with these people. It's implausible. Secondly, it's implausible to imagine that the person who submitted the cabinet memorandum for your appointment would then have to be introduced to you when they would have considered the cabinet memorandum, because when you submit a cabinet memorandum, you also read the CV, because cabinet is quite rigorous in its scrutinization of the people who are being brought before it. Of course, Mr. Salucci, when he was appointed, came with a high reputation, having been in the industry and in the military industry and the military itself prior to his appointment as CEO of DINEL. It therefore sounds strange to me that this course of events would happen which result in him being introduced to me or me being introduced to him by someone else other than the board of DINEL, which had the responsibility to do that. Now, when you move on with his testimony, he then comes to a point further where he says that he had a subsequent meeting, at which meeting I was not there. There were other people who were there. They discussed a number of things. It seems also bizarre that if he felt still comfortable to return, to talk to the same people, and at this meeting at which I was not present, they then discuss whatever else that was discussed. I think what is important to bear in mind is that Mr. Salucci does not say that there is anything else that I ever said to him, besides the meeting that I refute as never having taken place. But there is nothing else which I came to Mr. Salucci to say, do this, do that, for the following people. But I think, as he says, they were open to meeting various business people, various stakeholders. And at one meeting with the chairpersons and CEOs of SOEs, I made it very clear that, in my view, even to the extent that I myself may say to you that so-and-so would like to talk to you, please never take that as an indication on my part, because there's a lot of such people who come. They either come, they come to ministers and claim that the president has said this, that, and the other. They come to chairs and CEOs of SOEs and claim that the minister has said this, that, or the other. But when that happens, please keep it in mind that you are under no obligation whatsoever to do anything. If somebody says something to you, please verify it with me first, so that I am able to indicate whether I did say that thing. Now, name dropping, including by the Gupta family, or especially by them, was quite prevalent at the time. And I think that's why, even on my part, I subsequently became very uncomfortable, especially when I was now minister of such important assets. I became quite unhappy and uncomfortable with my name being dropped at various places, which led to the cooling of relations at some point.
See, perhaps I could just point out one or two things to you, Mr. Gigaba, and get your comment.
Yes.
there's other evidence before the Commission that this is really how Mr. Essa operated. It was his modus operandi. He would find senior people, sometimes CEOs of big parastatals, and he would take them to meetings at the Guptas. I mean, I'll give you an example of Mr. Gama. Mr. Essa arranged what Mr. Gama thought was a business meeting with him and gave him the address. And he drove there only to find out that it was the Gupta compound, and that the purpose of the interaction was not to meet with Mr. Essa, but was to meet with the Guptas. So this is what Mr. Essa did. And the other thing I want to put to you is, I don't quite understand when you say that there would be no need for you to meet and be introduced to Mr. Saluji, because that's not what he says happens here. He says what happened here is that you said that these are my friends, and he hopes that at some point, if there's anything you can do with them, it would be good. That was the purpose of the meeting, so he said.
Oh, am I expected to comment now?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. Firstly, with regard to the modus operandi of Mr. Essa, I can't speak for him again. I don't know whether he acted this way, or I don't know whether he also acted the same way prior to my appointment, and whether he continued to act this way after I had left the Department of Public Enterprises, and I certainly don't know if he acted the same way with regard to other SOEs or entities. If this is how he used to behave, he obviously was abusing his position to project himself as influential, powerful, connected, in order to advance his business interests. But that certainly was never sanctioned by me. And as I have responded in a related prior matter, that had the person brought to a meeting brought it to my attention, I would have said to them, don't go. But I think it was quite prevalent, and it probably still is, that people would be brought to meetings under pretext that the political principal approves of such a meeting taking place or of such issues being discussed. But that certainly was never approved by me, and that is why, as I said earlier, in one of the meetings with the chairs and CEOs of SOEs under my reporting line, I made it clear to them that please don't do things that I have not said you must do. If anybody comes to you, please verify with me, because my discussions with you are confined to policy issues. Secondly, with regard to what Mr. Saluji says, I dispute the meeting itself. So it's not for me to respond to whether I said these are my friends, help them in any way. I'm saying the meeting did not take place, therefore I did not say these are my friends and help them in any possible way. It would have been bizarre of me to say that, given that I would not have formally met Mr. Saluji. He says himself in this memo that he had not met me until then. And therefore, for me to say, prior to me meeting him now, you can't meet a stranger that you don't know and just suddenly start saying things that they may go out and talk about or report to the police or elsewhere. I would have been stupid to do that. So the meeting did not take place.
All right, and do you then still maintain that the only time that you ever met Mr. Essa is when the board of Broadband Infraco was introduced to you?
Yes, I still maintain that.
And do you still maintain that the only time that you ever went to the Guptas was for social and cultural functions?
Yes.
Well, you are not suggesting, are you, that Mr. Saluji has fabricated this story? Are you saying he may be genuinely mistaken? Would he have a reason to fabricate it as such? Is there not a possibility that you might not remember that you did meet with him at this residence, but maybe him being a new CEO of Denel, which would have fallen under you, he remembers, you just happen not to remember? Because when you look at what he says about you, there is not much other than he says, you said, these are my friends, help them if there is a need to help them. And that doesn't necessarily mean you, even if you said that, that doesn't necessarily mean you meant he should help them about illegal things, you know. So I'm wondering whether it's possible that you may have met with him under the circumstances he mentions, but you can't remember. Maybe he has a reason to remember. Because if it's not that situation, it seems to me it would have to be that he is fabricating the whole story, that he met you at the Gupta residence. And if one says he's fabricating that story, one would have to look for what reason would he be wanting to do that. Whereas maybe if it's a question of maybe he has a better memory, or maybe he has a good reason to remember and you can't remember, maybe it did happen, it might be different. What is your position about it?
Chairperson, 2012 is a bit of a long period of time from now. And it has happened that some people have presented versions of events that were not actually accurate. For example, a suggestion that I had a meeting about Transnet on the 30th of October or the 31st of October, I presented here that on those 2 days, I was not in Johannesburg. Actually, when I came back on the 31st, I went straight to Pretoria from the airport and remained in Pretoria until the 1st of November. So it is possible that for one reason or the other, and I am quite cognizant of what the chairperson is saying, that Mr. Saluji is not suggesting that I said he needs to do anything illegal, because certainly I never asked him to do anything illegal subsequently. I continue to hold him in high esteem throughout my tenure as Minister of Public Enterprises, because I left before he did. But the meeting, according to my version, did not happen because, as I say, leaving out the first part of going to a meeting that he was not aware of, there was no need for anybody to say, Mr. Gigaba, this is the new CEO of Denel. I certainly would have taken the memorandum to cabinet. I would have looked at the CV and seen the copy of the identity document of the person whose CV I was taking to cabinet. And therefore, nobody would have, I think it would have been quite adventurous for anyone to say to me, this is the new CEO of Denel, and then I turn around and say, hi, these are my friends, do something for them.
Well, Mr. Mybeck mentioned something about what appears to have been Mr. Salim Essa's modus operandi.
Yes.
But let me say this to you. I have an impression based on evidence that I've had over the past 2.5 to 3 years here. I have an impression that certainly Mr. Tony Gupta, maybe the other Gupta brothers, but at least him, because there's been a lot of evidence about him, that his modus operandi might have included bringing Mr. Tutuzane Zuma to a lot of meetings where he wanted to get certain deals from government officials or SOE officials, because the overwhelming evidence so far is that he would have a meeting with somebody from a government department of SOE to discuss whatever he wanted to discuss, and he would make sure Tutuzane Zuma was there. But almost all the people who have testified who have ever been in meetings with Tony Gupta in the presence of Tutuzane Zuma say Tutuzane Zuma would not say anything really other than the pleasantries, greeting and so on. Tony Gupta was the one talking. And it may well be that part of bringing him was to send a subtle message to the people he was talking about, that look, you see, this is the president's son. So in a way, send some, influence them or try to influence them, because one doesn't understand why Mr. Zuma, Tutuzane Zuma would always be there, but make no contribution to the meetings. Mr. Jonas said the same thing. His evidence was to that effect in regard to his meeting at the Gupta residence. Mr. Dukwana, one of the meetings he testified about, where he met with Tony Gupta, he said Tutuzane Zuma was there, but he hardly said anything. Tony Gupta was the one doing the talking all the time. General Poison, I think, said the same thing. He was taken by Tutuzane Zuma to a meeting with Tony Gupta, but during the meeting, Tutuzane was present but hardly said anything. I think Mr. Kona, if I'm not mistaken, who used to be SAA, also gave evidence along the same lines in a meeting relating to a meeting he had with Mr. Tony Gupta, with Mr. Tutuzane present. There may have been others, I'm just mentioning a few. So it may well be that, let us say, maybe without your knowledge, Mr. Tony Gupta decided that the new CEO of Denel should know that you go as far as coming to their residence. They are close to you. You might not have known. You might have come there for a different reason, and he took this opportunity to send a message to the new CEO of Denel that, you see, the minister comes to our residence, we are close to him. I'm just mentioning those things. It might not mean that you were party to the scheme, but it might mean, if the meeting did take place, if you are mistaken in terms of your memory and Mr. Saluji is not mistaken, it might mean that they took advantage of your presence. So I mention all of these things to go back to the question whether you don't think you might be mistaken about the meeting having been there, because Mr. Salucci doesn't say much about what you said, it's just that 1 or 2 lines.
Yes, Mr. Chairman or Chairperson, your outline of the modus operandi and related incidents is quite comprehensive. I want to start by saying I had no reason for anybody to introduce a CEO of my entity to me or me to them. I was not party to a meeting where such happened, even just incidentally. I did mention that there was a lot of name dropping, which tends to be prevalent in the environment of business. And I think part of what the commission must, part of what the commission would probably address itself to is how to address, because on the one hand, as a minister, you don't want to be viewed as so inaccessible to the business and other social partners that you turn down meetings with them. But on the other hand, you have the dilemma that your accessibility could either be misconstrued or even abused, with or without your knowledge, particularly without your knowledge. And how do you manage that terrain? I don't think that even the commission has got a foolproof solution with regards to that, because it is a fact that there are various social partners, and from time to time they want different access to ministers, either as a collective or as individuals. But here the issue is, I had no reason to be introduced to somebody whose appointment I had taken to cabinet, and the meeting, in my opinion, did not happen. I think Mr. Salucci was mistaken in locating me at the meeting. Perhaps they did say to him that we are close to Mr. Gigaba, blah, 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 but the meeting did not happen. And I did not say to him that he needs to help them in any way, because it would have been bizarre for a first meeting. If I was meeting him for the first time, or if he was meeting me for the first time, it would have been bizarre for me to say, these are my friends, help them in any way. I think I would have rather confined myself to saying, hi, Mr. Salucci, how are you? Best of luck with what you have to do.
Thank you. Mr. Maibek?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gigaba, can I just hand up to you a page? Chairperson, you'll recall last time we put forward a bundle of 8 affidavits that I took Mr. Gigaba through. We don't, unfortunately, tonight have that bundle here.
Okay.
But we have managed to make a copy of what was page 10 of that bundle.
Yes.
And this is Annexure SMA 1 to Mr. Matlangu's affidavit. Do you have the bundle?
Well, it looks like I do have.
All right. Well, then if you could go to page 10.
Yeah, but I look at the page you have.
All right. Mr. Gigaba, so you're familiar with this email, SMA 1. It was attached to Mr. Matlangu's affidavit. Remember, he sent you two emails that we went through. I just want to, I know that the chairperson might have asked a question in relation to the first bullet point. I just wanted to pick up on that. Mr. Matlangu said to you, I've been invited on a trip to India on 24 January to 1 February 2010. Although this is a private excursion, it promises to be of great political value. I therefore suggest that we take full advantage of it. I therefore request leave to undertake this sojourn. Did you give Mr. Matlangu leave to undertake this sojourn?
I did not. And with hindsight, I think I should have been firm in saying no. I did not respond to this request, Mr. Chairperson, and I did not give him leave to undertake the sojourn.
Because perhaps you could confirm, I mean, he had only been an advisor to you for a month or so before this.
You will remember that part of what he says, to his memory, I had indicated to him is that there is a number of the people who seem to be close to the ANC. Please manage them for me. Because as far as I'm concerned, I didn't want to do the management of those relations. I wanted him as a legal advisor to manage them so that, especially because of his understanding of the legal framework, so that if there are any things which are compromising, he would be able to deal with that. So it would seem to me that this was the context in which he thought that he needs to do this. The family has been reported by some of the previous witnesses were donors to the ANC for election campaigns, conferences, and so on, and therefore they were quite prominent within the ranks of the African National Congress. And I think this is the context in which he thought that participating in this excursion would be of great political value to the extent that it would benefit the African National Congress. With hindsight, I should have very firmly said to him, just don't go.
Yes, I think the question that I'd asked you is, when did he start working for you?
Yes.
When was that?
Oh, he started I think in late 2010.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you notice his absence from the 24th of January to the 1st of February?
Yes, I did notice his absence and became aware that he had gone on this trip.
I see. So let's turn to the trip. Could I ask you to go to bundle 7A and turn to page...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, before you move away from this page, there is that second bullet point in that same page of his email.
Yes.
Either I or Mr. Mybeck probably may have asked you previously about this, I'm not sure.
Yes, we did.
He says, I understand that Transnet may be nearing a settlement with Gama. I will obtain the details of the settlement and brief you accordingly. And then he suggests that you socialize the president. Would you agree that he seems to be somebody who thinks you would be interested in the settlement details?
In my response previously, Mr. Chairperson, I indicated that he was new to the job.
Yeah.
He was actually new to government. So, and was new to the job of special advisor. And was still trying to grapple with the parameters of his mandate. Okay. And that's why in the email he raises a whole range of things. Money may be nominated by certain quarters in the board, meetings with senior editors. I mean, those are functions of the communications department, division in the department. The issue of the nominations of people to the position of Transnet GCE was not our business. We didn't have to know who is being nominated, and so on and so on. I mean, you can see in the email that he raises quite broad-ranging issues, some of which belonged to other divisions and some of which were just completely independent of us.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Mr. Mybeck.
thank you. Just going back to the India trip, do I understand then, from what you're saying, is that having asked you for permission to go on the trip, and you not having given it, he just went in any case?
Well, he did go. I became aware of it, and then I discussed it with him upon his return.
Could we then go, please?
I assume you would have been the only person who could give approval for his leave.
Especially, yes.
Yeah.
Could we go to page 996.54, please?
996.54.
Yes, Chairperson. you see here is at the bottom of the page is an email from Jet Airways dated the 19th of January 2011, the day after Mr. Mthlangu wrote to you, and it's addressed to Ashu at Sahara, that we know is Mr. Shwala. Says, Dear Ashu, please find attached your Jet Airways air ticket and invoice for short payment of ZAR 13142 on the barter agreement. You then go to the attachments over the page at 196.56. This is the first e-ticket. And you will see the passenger name there, Mthlangu Tiabonga. And you will see that what it reflects is a premier class ticket to Mumbai, Delhi, Mumbai, Johannesburg. It's left on the 24th of January.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maibeg, I'm trying to look for the name, Mthlangu.
So on the left-hand side, Chairperson, there's a few headings, e-ticket heading, booking heading, and then passenger detail heading. Under that passenger name, Mthlangu.
We are still at 996.54.
56.
Oh.
Do you have it, Chairperson?
I don't know why my eyes don't see it.
Right. So do you have a Jet Airways ticket there?
I've got a Jet Airways ticket.
So at the top left-hand side in bold, you see air ticket.
Oh, yes,
e-ticket,
now I see. Now I see.
And then booking details, then passenger details.
Yes, no, now I see.
So this is a flight really from Johannesburg to India and back, leaving on the 24th of January and returning on the 2nd of February. Do you see that? Mr. Gigaba?
Yes, oh sorry, I thought you were still talking to the chairperson.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you go over the page, you'll see an identical e-ticket. This is at page 996.58.
Yes.
Yes, I can see.
It's an identical ticket. But this one is issued in the name of Zuma Duduzane. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
So did you come to learn that your special advisor, that this sojourn involved a trip to India together with Mr. Duduzane Zuma, and on the face of it funded by Sahara Computers?
I did not know who else was on the trip. So it's the first time I see that Mr. Duduzane Zuma was also on that trip.
So when you addressed Mr. Mthlangu on his return, what did he relate to you?
Well, I reprimanded him. I reprimanded him for undertaking the trip. I said to him that I think he should not have gone. He should have informed me of actually the arrangements that were being made. And I said to him that there are government's regulations with regard to employees of government undertaking trips abroad without permission, and that especially when they are funded by people with business interests in the SOEs, it would be much better that we don't participate in such trips. I didn't ask him any further details as to who was there, what did you discuss, all of those details, I didn't discuss them with him.
Of course, the regulations you're talking about, would they apply if it was a personal trip, or do they only apply if it's an official trip?
If it's a personal trip, Chairperson, you need to still apply for leave.
Yeah.
at least let it be recorded officially that you are on leave for personal reasons. But the issue of the sponsorship of the trips becomes important because we need to know who is sponsoring so that we can be able to determine whether there is no conflict of interest along the way.
Mr. Mike.
Yes, thank you. So did you inquire of him what he was doing in India?
As I've indicated, I didn't ask him what did you do. I just reprimanded him and said that we should not do this again.
Did you not find it strange that somebody who had just started in a new job would take leave without approval from somebody who is supposed to approve it? It just seems, I mean, I don't know, maybe you are still on probation, if there was probation, for somebody to take such a trip without satisfying himself that the principal or whoever is supposed to approve the leave has approved it.
You know, I would have expected him to have spoken to the chief of staff, who is the administrator of the office of the minister. And when I had a discussion with him, it became apparent that he had not spoken to the chief of staff because the chief of staff at the time also did not know that Mr. Mahlangu had gone abroad. I think where I say I take responsibility in not being firm was in the fact that the email was sent to me and I did not respond. I should have responded. I should have said to him, excuse yourself from that trip, don't be part of it. And that's what I reprimanded him about afterwards and had a discussion with him about.
But would you accept or would you not that it's quite strange that somebody who has just started this new job thinks they can just go without, be away for what, a week? Without the approval of the minister when they are working so closely to the minister? You would accept that?
Sorry, Chairperson, for interjecting.
Yes.
My apologies. Yes, it was strange, and that's the issue that I addressed with him.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Maibe.
Thank you. I want to turn to a different topic, and that relates to Mr. Sharma, and in particular, the attempt to have him appointed as the chairperson of the Board of Transnet.
Yes.
Mr. Gigaba, you've dealt with this in your affidavit, so
yes.
I'm just going to go to what I think are the key passages. Just to begin with, you, as I understand it, appointed Mr. Sharma as a director originally. That would have been in December 2010.
2010, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mafika Mkonazi?
At the same time.
At the same time.
Yes.
And we know that he then became the chairperson.
Yes.
We've dealt with that. With that, by way of background, perhaps just to speed things up, could I ask you please to turn to page 355 of the bundle? And at 355 in paragraph 23,
yes,
you address the topic of the alleged attempt removal of Mr. Mkonazi as chairperson of the Transnet Board in May and June 2011 in order to appoint Mr. Sharma as the chairperson.
yes.
Perhaps I could then fast forward to paragraph 23.3 at page 356. You say that in May 2011 I received a decision memorandum MG31 from the acting Deputy Director General Transport, Ms. Lupule.
Yes.
The said decision memorandum advised me and recommended the proposed appointment of 4 new non-executive directors and that Mr. Sharma become the chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you go to page 358 at paragraph 23.6, you say the reason for the proposed appointment of Mr. Sharma as the chairperson of the Transnet Board was related solely due to his skill and profile, which served before me at the time of his proposed appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what we do know is that that proposal was unsuccessful.
Yes.
At paragraph 23.8, at paragraph 359, you say, I might add that at the time of the proposed appointment of Mr. Iqbal Sharma as the chairperson of the board, there were no facts before or known to me to the effect that the proposed appointment of Iqbal Sharma, sub 1, would weaken the board, sub 2, would give rise to unlawful activities occurring at Transnet as a result thereof, including inter alia fraud, corruption and state capture. And sub 3 was connected to the Guptas. You see that?
Yes.
Now, I really only have one thing I want to ask you in this regard. Could you please turn to page 996.17?
Uh, 996.17.
I had last time
Yes.
more legible copies of this Business Day article. Do we have that?
Yes, I'm there.
Chairperson, could I hand these up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, could I ask you, please, at the first page of this article, you see there Chairman of Transnet, Eskom and Denel to go.
Yes.
Then right at the foot of that piece, where just before it says continued on page 2, it reads, it is understood nevertheless that Mr. Gigaba did not have it all his own way at the cabinet meeting yesterday. Now, this newspaper was the newspaper of Thursday, 9 June 2011. Now, it's understood nevertheless that Mr. Gigaba did not have it all his own way at the cabinet meeting yesterday. You then go to the second page. His proposal to replace, can you then go in sort of the middle towards the bottom, the article continues, change at Transnet Eskom. So it continues. His proposal to replace Mr. Mkhwanazi at Transnet with Iqbal Rafiq Sharma was shot down and a new candidate will have to be found. Mr. Sharma, a former senior official in the Department of Trade and Industry, was appointed to the Transnet board last December, shortly after Mr. Gigaba took up the new job. But cabinet colleagues are thought to have been uncomfortable with appointing someone relatively inexperienced and unknown to the capital markets. There are also fears that he may be too closely identified with the wealthy Gupta family, friends of President Jacob Zuma. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Now, is that an accurate or inaccurate report of what transpired at Cabinet?
It's a fabrication. It's inaccurate. The reason the cabinet presented for not agreeing to our proposal was that we had only appointed the new board of Transnet in December the previous year, that it would undermine our very intentions, because when we appointed the new board in December 2010, we said we wanted to establish leadership certainty in the company at both board level as well as executive level. And so cabinet felt that the change to the chairperson would undermine that leadership certainty. Secondly, cabinet felt that the reasons we presented for the proposed changes to the board, to the position of chairperson, which included the fact we were saying two things. One, that Mr. Mkhwanazi was too close to the administration, that there seemed to be a difficulty in separating his role as an executive director, which was his previous experience, from his role as the chairperson of the board, particularly when circumstances had coerced us in December to also appoint him an executive chairperson when there was no CEO. Cabinet felt that could be addressed and that we were in haste and impatient in seeking to resolve that dilemma by removing Mr. Mkhwanazi as chairperson. Cabinet further felt that Mr. Mkhwanazi, because we wanted to also appoint him on the board of ESCOM in order to ensure that there is alignment, because if you read the report of the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs, which was published in 2012, among the many observations it makes, Chairperson, about the SOEs is the absence of collaboration among SOEs, especially on mutual projects. Now, what we were trying to do without the existence of a legal framework was to ensure this alignment and collaboration between Transnet and ESCOM, particularly with regard to the road-to-rail migration, which was viewed as an important step to improve the conditions of our roads, but to also improve the mutual support between two major SOEs, because ESCOM relies on coal supply, much of which is supplied by road, especially for those coal mines that are far away from power stations. And the result of that, if you go to areas like Emelo, has been drastic devastation to the roads. So we're trying to ensure that there is collaboration between the two companies to implement the road-to-rail migration. And Cabinet felt that no, but you can appoint Mr. Mkhwanazi, even as he remains chairperson of the board of Transnet, into the board of ESCOM, which is what we then subsequently did. So what is written here on Business Day was the opinion of the sources of Business Day, not the decisions of Cabinet. And if you understand how sources function, I think the Commission has been a subject of such sources. They don't report the truth. They will inform their journalists what's going to happen and provide reasons which are not the genuine, accurate reasons for a particular decision to be taken.
So I take it there must then be a record of the actual reasons.
Well, the cabinet memo would, the cabinet decision of that date would say, would have the records.
You didn't, unless I miss it, you didn't put that up in your affidavit.
The cabinet decision?
Yes.
Unfortunately, ministers don't keep cabinet decisions with them. As soon as you resign from cabinet, you leave all cabinet because they are confidential documents. They don't belong to you privately.
And what would you say to the proposition that it was quite obviously inappropriate, as Cabinet, you say, found, to seek to make a newcomer to the board the chairperson?
I beg your pardon?
Wasn't it quite obvious, as Cabinet found, that it was inappropriate to make a newcomer to the board the chairperson?
Mr. Mkonas was also a newcomer to the board of Transnet when we made him the chairperson. He had only been a board member previously in his capacity as an ex-officio member. But you can go to many SOEs. There are many instances where chairpersons of boards are newcomers to those boards. All right.
But Mr. Mkonazi had a track record, didn't he, at Transnet, a preceding track record?
Yes, he had a track record, a preceding track record.
Now, I think I might have mentioned to you before, but as it turned out, there's evidence before the Commission, and there's more to come, that Mr. Sharma had a matrix of business relationships with Mr. Essa. You want to comment on that?
Chairperson, as I have indicated previously, I've never been a business person. I'm not a business person. I don't know what business people do or how they operate. I think the issues which are being brought before the Commission are of interest to all of us. And to that extent, my knowledge of Mr. Sharma's business operations or dealings with Transnet and other SOEs were not known at this time. And I'm only getting familiar to them on the basis of the evidence which is being brought before the Commission.
Well, before you propose to Cabinet that he be appointed as chairperson of the board of such an important SOE, one would have thought that some checking would have been done to say, who is this person? Where has he been? Who is he associated with? Are we not going to appoint as chairperson of such an important board somebody who really shouldn't occupy such a position in an SOE? Had that not been done, which may have revealed his business connections?
The department does do such a vetting of people and verification of their CVs, but the department focuses on the CVs of the people and what they present, their experiences. Remember, the same person we are talking about had been head of the Trade and Investment South Africa, so he came and had been a DDG in the Department of Trade and Industry. So he came with good credentials in terms of both government and state entities, because as head of TISA, he would have had some extensive experience in international trade and market issues. Now, that was done, and many of the people who are appointed on the boards of SOEs have business connections of one sort or the other. You are aware of that, and you make them take an oath that they are not going to use their board membership of SOEs to benefit their private interests. And so it's done with all of them. All of them, you would find they serve in various company boards, not only Gupta-related boards, but very many boards, some of which companies are listed on the JSE. So you appoint them. At the time of appointment, you do not have any prior knowledge that they will or might do anything that is wrong in the future.
Well, maybe I was just looking at the date of the business day article. I see it's June 9, 2011. it may well be, is my date correct, Mr. Mike?
Yes, I also, without wanting to interrupt you, I wanted to make a point, which I think is important.
Yes, yeah,
Is
make
that
a point.
the evidence that we have, I don't want to be seen to have misstated the facts. The evidence that we have is that it doesn't go as far as to establish that there were connections between Mr. Sharma and Mr. Essa in 2011.
Okay.
The evidence is that there were business connections between them at the time that Mr. Sharma was the chairperson of the BADC in 2013 and 14.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Of course, another point, which is what I was thinking of, may be this, that maybe even if somebody became aware of his connections with Salim Essa or the Guptas at that time, mid-2011, it may well be that that would not have caused people to be so concerned about it as they would have been a few years later. So that might be something that one might have to factor in.
Sorry, do you want to comment on that, Mr.?
No. I think the chairperson has a valid point. I think it's very important to understand the context because it changes over time. Knowledge of individuals and instances develops over a course of time.
I then want to turn to the appointment of Mr. Molefe as the Group Chief Executive. This is also something that you have dealt with in your affidavit, and I think that we can deal with relatively quickly. Could I ask you please to go to page 352 of Bundle 7A?
Yes, I'm there.
And what you say, you deal with this at paragraph 22.
Yes.
And at 22.3 you say that I have the benefit of the Cabinet memorandum dated the 14th of February. And then essentially what you go on to do is to state what is recorded in the Cabinet memo. Perhaps we could go to that memo that you find at page 928.
I'm there.
So this is the memo of the 14th of February 2011, and the purpose is recorded as for Cabinet to note the appointment of Mr. Brian Molefe as the Group Chief Executive of Transnet and as an ex officio member of the Transnet Board of Directors. And then in your summary, you say the Transnet Board undertook a process to fill the Cabinet vacancy of Transnet Group Chief Executive. Consequently, Dr. Gunshow, Mr. Molefe and Mr. Selinga were identified as suitable candidates for the position. The Board recommended any of the three candidates for appointment. Cabinet is requested to note the appointment of Brian Molefe as the most suitable candidate for the position of Group Chief Executive of Transnet. Mr. Molefe has extensive senior management experience and experience in asset management, etc. And then over the page dealing or under the heading discussion at 5.3, you say a comprehensive interview process was undertaken, and you repeat that the board recommended three candidates, and they then named, and you go on to record that the board indicated that any of the three candidates are highly suitable for the appointment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we see at page 932 that you signed that memorandum on the 14th of February,
Yes,
2011.
yes.
Now, Mr. Gigaba, we've put up some documents in relation to this. Could I ask you to turn, please, to page 992?
Yes, I'm there.
In fact, let me start by asking you to go to page 982. This is a letter that was addressed to you.
Yes.
Now,
I'm there.
I beg your pardon?
I was saying I'm there.
Let me summarize what it reflects. No doubt you've looked at it. If you want to look at it further, I'll take you there. But what it shows, you probably have seen this, is that what we see from the documents is that Mr. Malefe was nominated for appointment by Mr. Sharma, who we've just been speaking about. And Mr. Sharma also sat on the selection panel. And there was a view that that caused a conflict of interest, which resulted in the scores that he had given the various candidates being removed. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not aware of who nominated him. I'm only aware of the concerns that were raised by other board members with regard to the process.
All right, so let's have a look at page 987. So 4.5, and I haven't gone into all the detail because it's captured here, consolidated summary of ratings and ranking of all candidates interviewed for GC of Transnet after withdrawal of scores of one panelist. That was Mr. Sharma. And what you will see is that after his withdrawal and his scores, Mr. Gansho, in fact, Dr. Gansho, had the best overall ranking. Do you see that?
Yes.
Followed then by Mr. Malefe and followed then by Mr. Selinga.
Yes.
And then if you go to 989, the recommendation, as you recorded in your cabinet memo, was that you approve appointment of any three of the recommended candidates.
Yes.
Now, what I just want to ask you about is, you will see at 990, there you addressed Mr. Mkhwanazi and you provided him with guidelines for the appointment of chief executive officers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those guidelines were attached and you find them at page 992. And perhaps I can direct your attention then, please, to page 993 at paragraph 2.5.
Yes.
It says there that the board shall, through its governance and nomination committee, submit a minimum of 3 shortlisted candidates and their preferred candidate to the shareholder minister. You see that?
Yes.
So the board didn't comply with these guidelines, correct?
Yes.
Why did you not go back to the board and say, well, you've given me a short list of 3, but I want to know who is your preferred candidate?
Well, I don't recall why we did not do that, but what we understood the board to have complied with was the submission of 3 shortlisted candidates. The minister would not have done any further assessment or interview with the preferred candidate. I think probably had the board submitted to us who their preferred candidate was, maybe we would have done this, but we thought that we would not want to go over what the board would have done because they were best suited to undertake the nominations process.
Yes, but they didn't complete it. The process involves providing you with a short list of 3 and telling you who they believed was the preferred candidate. I mean, it's seems an important part of the process, not so?
Well, it is an important part of the process, Chairperson, but it also remains a fact that the minister would still have the discretion upon assessment through departmental processes to either review the process or to forward to cabinet the recommendation that they would think or deem necessary.
Yes, absolutely. You would have had the discretion, but they didn't provide you with the information that they were obliged to. I'm not suggesting to you that if they said our preferred candidate is Mr. Gunshow or Dr. Gunshow, that you have had to appoint him, but you didn't have all the material facts before you.
The material facts, Chairperson, were there. The board submitted to us how they had undertaken the process. The only thing they did not do was to say, this is who we prefer.
No, I think you and Mr. Mybeck are on the same page, because I think at this stage he's talking about the failure of the board to tell you who their preferred candidate was. And what he hasn't said, it's implied in what he's saying that they did not comply with the guidelines. And as I understand it, those were guidelines that were issued under you.
Yes.
And obviously a need had been identified to give guidance to the boards of SOEs to say, if you are going to, if there's a vacancy in these senior positions, these are the guidelines, this is what you must follow. So here is a board now which is supposed to comply with these guidelines and say, this is our preferred candidate. They don't do that. You go ahead and you appoint somebody. You also don't say, but hang on, we have issued guidelines. These guidelines are still fresh in our minds. This is what you are supposed to do. Go back, do comply.
Chairperson, we probably with hindsight, we did not think this to be of such materiality that it would prevent the process to move on. When we submitted the memorandum to cabinet, you will note that I say on the first page, the summary, let me go to the
that the board said any of the 3 would be suitable.
The summary of the memo where I say to cabinet, therefore cabinet is requested to note the appointment of, cabinet corrected me and said, we don't note. The cabinet must approve. So you've not appointed anyone. You are actually recommending to cabinet the appointment of Mr. Mulife. And cabinet can still exercise its mind. It was the first time I was a minister, and it was the first time I presented a memorandum appointing or recommending the appointment of a CEO. And so cabinet said to me, no, minister, the department should have informed you that you don't appoint and let us note. You recommend that we approve the appointment of. And even then, we can say to you that the recommended candidate is not suitable, that we prefer the others. And that's why when you submit to cabinet a memorandum, you submit it with the annexures so that ministers can apply their minds informed by the annexures that are presented there. I note what the question about the board not expressing their preferred candidate, but we did not take that to be so significant that it could stop the process, because they had submitted to us the document of the report of the board nominations and of the board nominations committee, governance and nominations committee, entailing all the three candidates and how they had performed.
Mr. Maivak?
Did you, just one last thing, did you know that Dr. Gansho had scored the best?
Yes, I was aware. We noted that, we discussed it, and we arrived at the decision that we need to recommend Mr. Molefe based on his recent experience at the PIC and what qualities we thought he would bring to the board of, to the Transnet SOC Limited.
Well, but the one thing which it appears you didn't tell Cabinet in your memo about is exactly that although the board said any of the three is suitable, there was somebody who got the highest points in the interviews, and he was not the one you were recommending. And then comparing the two and justifying why you didn't go for number one. That part I think you didn't do in your memo.
Yes, Chairperson, we didn't do it in our memo for two reasons. The first one, and perhaps the smaller one, is that the supporting affidavit, the supporting annexures, sorry, I've been submitting a lot of affidavits to the Commission. The supporting annexures to the Cabinet memo would have entailed that report. But secondly, perhaps the most important one, which needs to be borne in mind at a broader level, is a strategic issue of the ownership and governance of our state-owned companies. I think I would like to draw the attention of the Commission to the PRC report, the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs, because it raises these issues. There has been, and I think I note in some of my submissions, that there has not been standard practice with regard to the appointment of boards. I made some reference to this in my last week's appearance. There's not been standard practice. The absence of a shareholder governance model, governance framework in South Africa for SOEs ensures that there is no standard practice with regard to the appointment of boards, the appointment of CEOs, the establishment of board committees, and the various roles of ministers, the ownership role of ministers over the SOEs. And that creates a problem that government grapples with on an ongoing basis. Now, that is an issue which needs to be attended to. Insofar as we undertook this process, we did not do anything wrong. We followed the procedures which we had outlined, we presented to Cabinet, and as I say, the Cabinet said to us, don't submit a memo to us to note, submit it for us to approve. And that's why I think the Cabinet minutes of that date would indicate that Cabinet therefore approves the appointment of Mr. Brian Molefe, but ministers would have had sight of the annexure of the annexures of the reports of Transnet as well as the CVs of the candidates.
But don't you would you not accept that this was such an important feature of the whole process that it should have gained a place in the memorandum rather than rely on ministers going through all the annexures to say, look, here is something important here. There was an interview in terms of during which the candidates were scored. The candidate we are recommending didn't get the highest points. It's somebody else who got the highest points. This is the person. But nevertheless, here are our reasons why we are going for number 2 and not number 1. Don't you think it should have deserved a place in the memorandum?
It probably, Chairperson, with hindsight, would have been an important thing to mention, but it was not hidden from Cabinet because the annexures were there to provide that background. But to the extent that, and I think part of what this process is doing is to assist government to establish that shareholder governance framework so that going forward, such issues are dealt with, as we suggest, in a manner that will strengthen the shareholder governance and in a manner that will ensure greater transparency going forward, so that nobody thinks that there is anything which has been concealed in the documents submitted. But certainly there was no intention on our part to conceal anything from Cabinet, because Cabinet reserved the right to ask for all documents, and we did submit some of the critical documents which included the report from Transnet.
You see, part of the, excuse me, part of the difficulty is this, that you have a situation where the group CEO of Transnet is not appointed for 2 years, the position is vacant. At this stage, we have only Ms. Barbara Hogan's explanation. We don't have anybody else's explanation as to why that happened. Then, after she has left the department in December 2010, the New Age says Mr. Brian Molefe is going to be the new boss of Transnet. 3, he gets nominated by Mr. Sharma, who we now know had connections with the Guptas or the Gupta's associates. 3, he doesn't get the highest points in the interview. He's number 2. But nevertheless, he gets appointed to this position. So I'm just saying that this is part of what one is looking at. You might not be able to say anything. I'm not forcing you to say anything, but I'm just enlightening you what one is looking at to say what was going on here.
Honored Chairperson, we separate between the suspicions of what might have happened and the actual reality of what we were doing. I was not privy to an instruction, I was not privy to an instruction that don't appoint the CE, the group CE of Transnet until you've resolved the Gamma issue. Nobody told me that. Secondly, I was not privy to the nomination of Mr. Molefe. I was not privy to that, so I didn't know who appointed him. I think what we dealt with was the reality of the process that served before us and weighing up the scales as to who to appoint. I think over time, Transnet, turned around, posted positive results, was able to announce a market demand strategy which drastically expanded its capital expenditure program as directed by the shareholder, and was able to implement a number of improvements on rail, port operations, and even to announce port rebates to assist the exporters of manufactured goods. So to that extent, Honorable Chairperson, there have been commendable progress in how the company operated. Now, as a result of the decision we took, it could very well be that there were these other factors that we were not aware of that are now coming into the light. But certainly nobody said to me, don't go ahead until the Gamma issue is resolved. Nobody said to me that I only want Gamma. as the CE, as the Group CE of Transnet.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Perhaps I could just end by asking you, why do your guidelines provide that the board must advise you as minister of their preferred candidate?
As I say, Chairperson, there has not been a standard practice insofar as the appointment of CEOs of SOEs, including, most importantly, that provides directive as to the governance responsibility of the owner and or shareholder of an SOE. The CEOs of SOEs, or the SOEs, play dual roles, which are not played by private entities. A private entity has only one mandate, to maximize value for its shareholder, to deliver value for its shareholders. The state-owned enterprise has a dual mandate. On the one hand, to fulfill its business mandate of generating revenue so that it can either support the national fiscus or undertake other functions. But on the other hand, it has to execute developmental responsibilities. And you need a leadership at board and executive director level that can understand that responsibility. And that's why it's not only peculiar to South Africa, but it pertains to a number of SOEs across the world, that the government, as the owner or shareholder of these entities, would want to have a say, even if it's not direct and overbearing, over the appointment of the CEOs, so that it ensures that they are aligned with the national developmental strategy. In other countries, that is undertaken not by shareholder ministries, but it's undertaken by agencies, central agencies, which are created for that purpose, and there are regular sort of seminars or lectures or something like that for these CEOs of entities, which helps them on an ongoing basis, at least at a conceptual level, to be aligned with the thinking of government in regard to economic and development priorities. So that is the only reason.
Yeah, I think we're missing one another, Mr. Gigaba. Why is it that you, in terms of the guideline as minister, want to know who the preferred candidate is?
Because the minister has to submit this to cabinet.
Yes, but you weren't able to do that because you didn't know the preferred candidate. That's simply the point.
We were able to submit because, Chairperson, we were given a list of 3 people. And we knew that these are the 3 people that the SOE is recommending. With hindsight, it was not only the responsibility, yes, let me say it was the responsibility of the shareholder to go back to say, so tell us who your preferred candidate is. But we thought that the SOE had complied overall with the guidelines which we had presented.
Well, let me put the question this way. There must have been a good reason why you thought the guidelines should include saying to the SOE boards, it's not good enough for you not to give me your preferred candidate. You must give me a preferred candidate. If there was a good reason for that, what is that good reason?
It was only to know, Chairperson, because we, as we say here, that once we knew the preferred candidate, we would undertake further assessment of that candidate. And we say in the next paragraph, 2.6, that the shareholder reserved the right to disagree with the board and to actually forward to cabinet a different candidate. I think we can discuss the question whether the preferred candidate was submitted or not. But I think in the end, we undertook the process that was presented to us, minus obtaining from the board who their preferred candidate was, so that we could further assess them.
Well, I would have thought that the reason why you would put in that requirement would be that as far as possible, you want the board to be the one that identifies a candidate that they think should be appointed, not because the shareholder is going to be completely bound by that, but because the board will be accountable for a lot of things about running the SOE. You don't want the board to turn around and say, well, don't blame us if there is no performance because you chose the group CEO. We didn't choose the group CEO. You want to be able to say, as a general rule, I give you the group CEO that you preferred, unless I have good reasons to depart from that. Then obviously, if you have good reasons, then you depart. I would imagine that would have been the rationale to say these people are accountable for the performance of the SOE. Let them indicate their preference. I'm not going to say I must be bound completely, but I will depart from their preference if they are really good reasons.
I think, Chairperson, you are absolutely correct. And I think this process, therefore, you are exposing the weakness of this process in that it doesn't provide sufficient space between the recommendation of the board and the forwarding of a cabinet memorandum for decision by cabinet, because that in itself, between 2.5 and 2.6, would require rigorous engagement between the department, between the company and the shareholder department, not unless the shareholder department is in agreement with the board in regard to the preferred and recommended candidate. So I take the point that you are saying. I think as a process point, it is a weakness that hopefully, if it has not been corrected by now, would need to be corrected. But the fear is always there, Chairperson, that once the board undertakes, the leakages in South Africa are enormous. Everything leaks. Even cabinet decisions leak. Every entity would say we are battling with leakages. And you could see from some of the media reports that already in 2010, as I had arrived, and going into 2011, I was grappling with these leaks, and you try to take a decision as speedily as possible so that you don't create unnecessary public discourse, uncertainty in the markets, uncertainty in the group about which decisions are being made. So whatever decision you have to make, you have to try to make it with speed, so that the announcement is made officially by the responsible authorities. Otherwise, it's going to leak. But that notwithstanding, I think a mechanism can and must be found for the resolution of this process so that it complies with its letter.
Well, one last comment I want to make is, I noted in the memo that was sent to you, which is here, that recommended that you should pick Mr. Molefe rather than the candidate who had got higher marks. My recollection is that although points were stated, which sought to emphasize Mr. Brian Molefe's strong points, why he should be preferred, that memo, if I recall correctly, didn't do the same exercise in regard to the candidate who had got more points than Mr. Molefe. Because if I am number one and you are number two, and somebody says, number two must be taken because he has or she has 1, 2, 3 points, they must also look at the other one, whether he doesn't have that. And my recollection is that that memo didn't do that. It just said we recommend that Mr. Molefe be chosen because of this and that and that. And for all one knows that other candidate may well have had comparable experience or even more, but there was silence about what about the other candidate. So I don't know whether you noted that when the memo was, when you considered the matter or not.
I did not take note of it, Chairperson, but as you are presenting it, it's a valid point. I think it goes back to saying, how do you reconcile 2.5 and 2.6? To make the process rigorous, not to disadvantage, especially should the preferred candidate by the shareholder not be the one preferred by the board.
Yeah.
So how do you reconcile that process so that the board is also taken on board and you are able to engage with it? And as you move to cabinet, you move at one without creating any lag for leakages, because it tends to ruin the reputations, the corporate professional reputations of the people, of the individuals involved.
Yeah. Mr. Mabe.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to turn now to the evidence of Ms. Ngoma. I've provided you with another copy of the schedule that I produced. Mr. Gigaba, do you have it?
Yes.
I wonder, Mr. Mabe, whether this might be a convenient time for a 10-minute break, because we are moving on
Certainly.
to
Thank you,
something
Chair.
else. Let's take a 10-minute break. We adjourn. let's continue. But
Thank you,
before
Chair.
we continue, I just want to mention this for what it's worth, Mr. Gigaba. Again, you might not wish to comment on it, particularly because it's something that happened after you had left public enterprises. That the question that arises with some of these matters is whether decisions that were taken within government departments, within government, were not being controlled or unduly influenced by people outside of those government departments and outside of government. Apart from what I've said to you about some features of Mr. Mulefe's appointment, I would have mentioned to you previously, I mention again, that in 2014, the evidence I've heard is that Mr. Salim Essa told Mr. Henny Pester that Mr. Mulefe was going to be the next boss of ESCOM. Of course, in 2014, Mr. Mulefe was at Transnet. But indeed, he did become the group CEO of ESCOM the following year. And not only that, the guidelines for the appointment of group CEOs that you had issued were not followed in appointing him as group CEO of ESCOM, in that, as I understand it from the evidence that has been conceded by, I think Dr. Ngubane was chairperson of the ESCOM board, there was no competitive process. They just said, as far as Dr. Ngubane is concerned, he said we had found our man. So there was no need for us to look elsewhere. We had found our man. We had confidence in him. But I think your guidelines contemplated that there should be some competitive process leading to the appointment of a group CEO of an SOE. So of course, in the context of ESCOM and SOEs, I can also tell you that with respect to the suspension of executives at ESCOM in 2015, and again, you were no longer Minister of Public Enterprises at the time, board members, some board members of ESCOM at the time have conceded, to say the least, that it looks like decisions that were supposed to be taken by the board were being taken from outside of ESCOM and then being given effect to within ESCOM. As I say, you might not want to say anything, but I'm just saying these are some of the things that one is looking at to say what was happening.
Mr. Chairperson, indeed, one has had those allegations, and one would not be able to comment, I think, for the period when one wasn't there. To the extent that one can comment, I would say during my time, and I am not passing a slight on my former colleagues, but during my time, we would not allow anyone outside the board. I think that's why whenever I met the boards, I made it very clear to them that you take the decisions. If anybody comes to you and says, I spoke to the minister said I must come and do this, And I think in some of my affidavits, because there have been allegations with regard to some of the policies that we adopted in two of our entities, I have made it very clear what informed those policies and what the intentions of those policies were, as compared to the allegations that were being made, that we were being influenced by things which then subsequently happened 2 years or even 3 years after we had left public enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Maibele.
Thank you. Mr. Gigaba, I want now to deal with the evidence of Ms. Mangoma and your response to that. We have the benefit of your affidavit, and I understand you have the schedule that I prepared. I'm going to take you through aspects of your affidavit and allow you to comment on key aspects of Ms. Mangoma's version. But perhaps I could ask you, if you would like, to broadly summarize your version, and you needn't go into each of the various topics now. We'll address them. But broadly, what do you say in response to Ms. Mangoma's version?
Jefferson, I think this was the part of this process that I found most difficult. Difficult because in the first instance, it involves a person with whom I have been married for 7 years. Well, for 6 years, if you exclude the fact, if you want to be pedantic, you know, the anniversary is in August, so that will only be in August when we complete 7 years, but it's almost 7 years now. And so it's a person who would, at the face of it, sound more believable than all other witnesses who have come before the commission. Secondly, you are dealing with a person with whom we are undergoing a divorce, the details of which she has misrepresented before the commission under oath. She claims in her affidavit that she's the one who initiated the processes of the divorce, and I prove in my in one of the annexures I attached to my response to her initial affidavit that in actual fact that's not true. The process of that divorce involves, in my opinion, great bitterness about the settlement that is probable given the contract under which we are married. And I thought the commission was, in some instances and to a great extent, turned into a forum to solicit settlement, to canvass issues which should be canvassed during the divorce process. Thirdly, you are dealing with a case of extensive lies, very extensive lies that characterize the personality of the person who presented the affidavit and the dilemmas through which they are going, not only at the present moment, but dilemmas they have been going through several times. I think my wish would be, to the greatest extent possible, to be able to respond to this affidavit without being dragged into attacking the personal character of the witness of the commission in an environment where my own character has been so severely attacked, demeaned, degraded, that ordinarily I would be justified to be so angry as to want to go pound for pound. But I hope that in our engagement we will try to separate fact from fiction, and not go into issues of a personalized nature that are going to rather detract from the business of the Commission rather than the issues that the Commission has to deal with. All the affidavit is based on I heard, I overheard, I saw, but I have no evidence, which is quite difficult to engage with. But nonetheless, I think tonight is my opportunity to respond to those issues and to deal with them. And to the extent that I may on occasion sound like I am attacking the personality and the character of the person, I wish the Commission to excuse me. It will not be with malicious intents. It will only be to make my point in response to the issues which have been tabled here. And so I am very happy for this opportunity tonight to have to respond to this, because I think it has been very damaging to me and my family. It has gone to the extent of demeaning my late father and my late brother-in-law. I think in any setting, in any household, one is expected to be able to distinguish between the dead and the living. And when somebody has no respect for the dead and the living alike, it creates such emotional strain and sometimes anger that it becomes difficult to deal dispassionately with the issues which have been raised. But further to that, Chairperson, the wholesale attack on my family is a reflection not of the claims made, but of a relationship gone sour over the years. And that is unfortunate. I think we should have tried to keep our families out of this and not come to portray them in negative light. And perhaps finally, because I'm still going to respond to specific issues, the Commission would be well advised to bear it in mind that I still am intent on protecting my children. I am very intent on protecting my children. I do not believe my children should be dragged through public degrading and spoken about in any manner that is going to undermine and demean their integrity and their dignity. They are too young. And I would like to still plead for my children to be protected even by the Commission, even though the Commission did say earlier that it is not a court of law. But nonetheless, the Constitution in Chapter 2 does say that the interests of the child are superseding on any matter relating to the rights and interests of the child. And I want to plead for the observance of that constitutional principle. Thank you. I'm willing now to get into the nitty-gritty of these issues.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gigaba, it seems to me that Ms. Mangoma's affidavit, or this series of headings in it, I've got 10. She deals with meeting the Guptas and visits to the residence. She deals with meetings at our home. She deals with prior knowledge of appointments. She deals with tensions rising in your final days as DPE Minister. She deals with your return to the Department of Home Affairs, deals with Gupta naturalization, your appointment as Minister of Finance. She deals in some detail with cash and benefits. There she deals with wedding gifts and cash collected from the Guptas. She deals with Nzipo, Gigaba. She deals with renovations. She deals with the ATM machine that she says she saw. Then she deals with the confiscation of devices and the loss of passports. Now, I mean, having read your affidavit and read hers carefully many times, it seems to me that there's almost nothing that you agree upon. Would that be a fair summary?
Absolutely correct. There is nothing I agree with insofar as her affidavit. Mrs. Gigaba approached me in January this year. I think it must have been the first week just after the New Year. She had come back from her home and from holidays, having spent 2 weeks at her home, and she put to me that she would like us to finalize to find agreement on our divorce settlement. I said, I'm listening. It's always been my willingness that we should find an amicable divorce. She then made several propositions to me, Chairperson. The first proposition was that, Mr. Gigaba, I would like you to offer me something. She said, we married in terms of the antenuptial contract with no accruals. And I cannot just walk away without anything. I would like you to offer something financially. I said, yes. She said, proposal number 2, I would like you to withdraw the case at the Pretoria High Court or wherever it was in Pretoria, which involved her damaging a vehicle which had been lent to me by a friend. I said to her, I'm listening. She said, thirdly, I would in return, through my attorneys, stave off the attempt by the Commission on State Capture to come and to invite me to make evidence, to submit evidence, to submit an affidavit about you. She said, then I suggest that you talk to your attorneys to talk to mine for such an agreement to be arrived at. We had a conversation there. I said to her, I can't withdraw the case against her because I'm not the one who laid the charge. I only reported the vehicle to be damaged and made a statement so that we can be able to claim if the insurance would accept that. But it was important for me to take that step in order to demonstrate to the owner of the vehicle that I did not condone the damaging of his vehicle. I then said, the Hawks are the ones that have laid the charge against her, not me. She made me speak to a lady who is a public prosecutor, who is her friend, who has been advising her on legal issues. And this lady said to me, no, Mr. Gigaba, you can withdraw the charge. I then said I will talk to my attorneys and seek their advice. I said on what to give you. I will talk to my financial advisor so that we can find something. I said to her, I'm willing to settle. Then I said to her, insofar as the commission is concerned, it's not the commission that just picked on you. You are the one who went to an interview on ENCA and City Press and offered yourself to the commission. So the commission is responding to your invitation. You said you want to go, so it's not for me to advise you to go or not. She said to me, she showed me some SMS exchanges with, I think, some of the representatives of the commission and said, you see, this is all what they are saying, but I can talk to my attorneys so that this is staved off and it doesn't go ahead. I said, that's your business. But insofar as an amicable divorce settlement, I am all for it. So I then was to talk to my attorneys the following day, and I spoke to my attorneys. The following day, she came to me again, a bit agitated, and asked me, but why did you say to your attorney that I had approached you? Because you should have said to your attorney that we both had agreed on this settlement which I was proposing. I then said to her, no, it makes no difference because the outcome will be the same anyway. We discussed some details as to what she wanted, and she spoke about this when she was here, which was again an untruth, a falsification. I said to her, it's okay, let them talk, let the attorneys talk, and we will come back to this. Subsequent to that, she then went on City Press and made an interview there, where she claimed that I had offered money and so on in order for her not to come to the commission. I'm trying to bribe her not to come to the commission. And I called my attorneys and said to them, you see, this thing was a trap in the first instance. This is what she wanted to do. And so all talks with her attorneys on this offer we thought we were discussing based on her proposal are now off. We're no longer talking to them. We will use the normal procedures of divorce. The commission then finds itself in a position where it is being used to solicit a divorce settlement that unfortunately will obviously have to be engaged with through the divorce court and the divorce processes. I thought that background was necessary as we then begin to get into these issues, the 10 broad topics, Chairperson, that have been identified. And I obviously still am going to say a little bit more on these issues.
So if we could then turn to the first topic, you could go to page 4 of the schedule, dealing with meeting the Guptas and visits to the Gupta residence. Mr. Gigaba, I'm not going to obviously take you to every single paragraph. The chairperson has your affidavit. It will all be considered in evidence and when time comes to analyze everything. But I wanted to start off at paragraph 13 and deal with what I think are the more material issues. Ms. Mangoma said that about 2 or 3 months before you were appointed to the position of Minister of DPE, you arrived home to tell her that AJ Gupta had said that you would be moving from the Department of Home Affairs to the DPE, and you were very excited about that. Now, we have seen and we know what your response is, in a nutshell, it is that you were advised by the former president on the 31st of October 2010 that you were going to be appointed, and then you were sworn in the next day, as I understand it. Is that correct?
It is correct, Chairperson. Even though I think that the preceding paragraph 12 is also important because it gives context to the falsifications of the witness. The witness is an extensive liar. She's an accomplished liar, and tries to fabricate issues and put dates together in order to make a point, which unfortunately she cannot substantiate. But the fact of the matter is that I was never advised, I was never told by Mr. Ajay that I would be Minister of Public Enterprises, and I certainly never came home excited on the basis of that. The fact remains, as I state, that the first time I heard of this was on the 31st. In actual fact, it came as a complete shock to me because not even in my wildest imagination, I think there have been two appointments which surprised me completely. The first was Public Enterprises, the second was National Treasury. Those two appointments surprised me completely because I had not considered myself a candidate for such appointments.
So you are right. I mean, that goes hand in hand with what Ms. Mngoma says about the Guptas, and that you considered them to be your advisors. And if you look at paragraph 14, she goes on to say that your visits to your advisors became more regular when you were the minister of the DPE. Now, do I understand from your evidence, because this is an issue that she deals with quite thoroughly. As I understand your evidence, Mr. Gigaba, you did not consider the Guptas in any way to be your advisors, and you've told the chairperson previously and thus far in your evidence that you only went to the Guptas on a few occasions, and that was for the purposes of cultural and social events. You never had occasion to otherwise have a meeting with the Guptas at all. Is that correct?
Yes, it is true, and I certainly never on a single occasion even jokingly referred to them as my advisors. And Mr. Msomi was also not my advisor, nor was he my chief of staff. He was only the head of my office as the deputy minister at the Department of Home Affairs. He only became an advisor. He only became my chief of staff in November 2010, when I now assumed the role of full minister. So all of this is a fabrication just to try and make a point which is otherwise a lie.
Mr. Maibek, you mentioned that Mr. Gigaba had said he had been to the Gupta residence a few times. Maybe he did say that, and I haven't checked in his affidavit now, but I do recall that when it was put to him what Ms. Mngoma had said, namely that it had been more than 20 times, he was reluctant to, that is Mr. Gigaba, he was reluctant to say how many times, but he did say it was not more than 20 times. So I'm just saying, and I say he agrees, but I don't know whether he noted that part about few. Maybe in his affidavit he did say, I just want to make sure that we get it right.
I think that your recollection is correct. You will remember that when I started questioning and leading Mr. Gigaba's evidence, I asked him about his relationship with the Guptas and how many times he had gone to Saxonwell. That was outside of the context of the affidavit.
Yes.
But perhaps I could deal with that, Mr.
Yes.
Gigaba. Perhaps you can just refresh our memory. I mean, I have notes of what you said, and that is what I recall is that you say you went there on social and cultural events. You mentioned, for example, Diwali, and you said, well, after all, the food was good. As I had it, you visited there.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Maybek. Mr. Gigaba is from KZN. So I suspect that the food that he says was good may have been curry. Please continue, Mr.
But I think when I might have been pressing you unfairly for an actual number. But I mean, perhaps you can refresh our memory. Have you got a sense of how? I think I asked you how often you would go there each year, etc., and you weren't able to give us an exact or even an approximate number, I don't think.
Yes, Chair. I was not able to give you an exact number of times. And I don't know these 20 times.
Or an estimate.
The estimates, yes. I'm still not able to give you the estimate. I would need to think hard and try to recollect year to year for me to arrive at that estimated number. But, you know, the number of 20 times, the suits that are 200, the trip to India in 2010 to discuss issues about SAA, which only became topical for me in 2011 or 2012, and then the sudden change of the date to 2015 based on my affidavit, and yet the agenda of the trip in 2015 remains the same, to discuss SAA even when I had moved to Home Affairs. These should all be considered as part of somebody who is fabricating. I mean, think about this. She doesn't say these 20 times stretch between what time and what time, and does not say that owning 200 suits basically makes you a department store. Even if those suits are 100, I took a bit of time to look at some of the shops that sell suits and stuff, and they don't even have 100 suits in their shops. But I'm supposed to have between 100 and 200, and I don't run a department store. So I think the Commission has got to take into consideration that these are lies, and the Commission was being taken for a ride by somebody who had a sole intention to come here and lie. So I'm saying very concretely on the issue of the visits, I still reiterate what I had said. There were social and cultural visits. I don't have reason to discuss business with any family, and well, especially not with the Guptas, I did not. And if any business person had sought to discuss business with me while I was minister, I would have referred them to the department or a relevant entity and said to them, don't discuss this with me, go discuss it with those, because they probably know what is going on with regards to that. Because I was not in business, and I still am not in business right now.
Well, what do you say to the proposition that the number of visits could not have been too few because if there had been too few, it would be easy to remember, or at least to make an estimate whether one is talking about 5 or 6, as opposed to 20. Actually, she said more than 20. And that it must mean that there were more than a few, if you can't remember.
There were more than a few, Chairperson, because you're talking about a period stretching between the first time I knew them, when I was president of the ANC Youth League, to probably around 2013, 2014, when I cooled down because I was concerned about name dropping and other such issues. They were not too few, but I don't think we also need to exaggerate them. Yes.
Well, of course, the other, you have just repeated something you said earlier on, which I think at least seems to coincide with part of what she said, namely, as I recall, she said from a certain time, and I think she may have talked about 2014, your relationship with them started cooling off, and you were no longer so close to them. And I think she went further to say you would not take Ajay Gupta's calls sometimes. But I want to confine myself to the cooling off of the relations, because I think 2 times you have also said the same thing. Yeah. So I guess at least that part of what she said, maybe you are not disputing that from a certain stage in 2014, whatever relationship you may have had with them started cooling off.
That is true, Chairperson, and I did say last week that it happens with all acquaintances and friendships that at a certain point, you know, their nature changes, their form changes, and this happened too. Though it would strike me as surprising that if somebody calls me, then somebody would know that it's so and so who is calling and you are not picking up their call. But I think that's a subject for another day.
Yes, okay. And talking about 20 times, of course, I think she may have spoken on the basis of starting from 2011. I'm not sure, 2011. I'm not sure. And maybe I'm connecting that. I don't know when the two of you started living together, but I have an impression that whatever visits she was talking about were not earlier than 2011, but maybe they were. But if one is talking about starting from 2011, going to 2014, that's what, 3 years? Three years, depending on whether you start in the middle of 2011 or whatever. So that might be an average of 5 times a year. Does that sound too many to you? So maybe when one says 20, it looks high, but if you look at how many times a year on average, maybe it might not look that high. What is your sense?
Look, it could be possible, Chairperson. It could be possible if you look at it that way, but I think it's an unnecessary and perhaps pedantic discussion, so to say, because what I have not disputed is that I knew them, that I did visit them, and they never visited me at home, and that I met them not only at their residence, but also at various other functions. Be it state functions, state dinners, or maybe attending New Age SABC breakfast programs where I was either presenting or I was supporting the person who was the person or people that were presenting. In this case, there would have been 1 or 2 instances where the president was invited. I think there was one time he was doing the SABC, a New Age breakfast program. We were in Port Elizabeth to open something in PE. It was quite a major project for Transnet. And the president came to talk about that, outline it. I was there to support him and to outline, because some of the questions that the audience would ask, the president would not be aware of them. And there would be instances where in 2014 I supported the top 6 officials of the ANC in Nelspruit after the January 8th rally of the ANC, and we were launching the manifesto of the ANC for the 2014 general elections. And as someone who was heading the election campaign at the time, I was there with various other members of the National Executive Committee to support the officials as they were leading a presentation. And my recollection serves me well. There was a question which was asked, to which I responded, but they were there also. So I would have met them at various functions. If you talk about those various other activities, yes, sure, you would talk about a number exceeding 20, like many other people.
Mr. Mabek.
Yes, perhaps I could just clarify something. Ms. Mangome's evidence was that she went with Mr. Gigaba approximately 20 times herself to the Saxonwell compound. She didn't suggest that Mr. Gigaba only went there 20 times, and that's the topic that I want to come to now. And perhaps we can go to paragraph 16, Mr. Gigaba, because...
And perhaps, Chairperson, if we may say, she says that that started in 2009.
Oh, okay.
She says it started in 2009.
Yes.
When I still only knew her and we were not in a relationship.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mabek.
So I just wanted to get your comment on this, because I think there's a sort of high watermark of her evidence, Mr. Gigaba. It paints the picture of what she says, and I know you have a different view, but I need to get your comment on this. She would say that during the time of sittings of Parliament, Mr. Gigaba would usually fly down to Cape Town on a Monday evening or Tuesday morning to attend Parliament, return home on Thursday evening or Friday morning. During this time, he would inform me of his visits to the Guptas on the Mondays preceding his trip to Parliament, and on the Friday evenings or sometimes Saturdays following his return from Parliament. When Parliament was in recess, the meetings took place on any day of the week following receipt of a telephone call. I understand that it was usually Mr. A.J. Gupta who would phone him. So the picture that she paints, or the version that she advances, which I'd ask you to comment on, is that you literally frequented the Gupta residence on an ongoing basis regularly.
Let us go into this logic.
Maybe before
Mr.
you
Chairman.
proceed, please don't forget your answer. Don't forget your question. I see Mr. Mabek in paragraph 17 on page 8 of the same memo, that she says, I first met his advisors and learned of their identity during 2011.
Yes.
Yes. I'm going back to 2009. I thought she said 2009.
Well, I think my colleague has pointed out to me that Ms. Gigaba's evidence was that she started frequenting the Gupta residence from 2011 onwards, as I understand the testimony, and that there was then this cooling off in 2014.
I think somebody must just double check, because in this paragraph 17 it says, I first met his advisors
Yes.
in 2011 or during 2011.
Yes.
Yeah, so somebody can check.
I'm actually going to come to that
it,
paragraph in a moment.
Yeah, but we can continue.
Mr. Gigaba, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to look at this from a sort of an overall perspective and comment on the degree to which she says you went there, leaving aside the alleged visits where you accompanied her.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I was still responding to that. If you consider that a year has 52 weeks, and I were to go to the Guptas every Monday, so it means that each year I went there 52 times. But it was not only the Mondays. There would also be, as she suggests, Friday evenings or sometimes Saturdays, and when Parliament was in recess, the meetings took place on any day. Already in 1 year, she has exceeded her own 20 that she outlined in her previous statement. This cannot be correct. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just mathematically, it does not make sense. Mr. Chairperson, between 2012 and 2017, I was a member of the National Working Committee of the ANC. And every fortnight, we would have meetings of the National Working Committee. They usually would last until 6, 7, 8, or even at night. Now, from there, I would come home. At 6 a.m. on Tuesdays, I would fly to Cape Town if Parliament was in session, because there would have been, there would be meetings of the Governance and Administration Cabinet Committee, which started at 8:30. So you would fly, take a 6 o'clock flight to land at 8 and hurry through traffic to get to Cape Town. On the Mondays when we were not in the NWC, every Monday is considered by the ANC as an ANC day. But of course, sometimes ministers, because of the pressure of work, do government work, finish late, and that's when on those Mondays we would be holding meetings of the what we called it, the Ministers' Management Committee meetings. But that's when the minister, I would meet with the top officials of the department and the deputy minister. Those meetings usually take place the whole day. By the time they are finished in the evenings, you are tired, you've looked at a whole range of things, you go home, you prepare to go to Cape Town. And depending on what is happening in Cape Town the following day, you try to squeeze in the late flight to Cape Town so that you arrive in Cape Town the night before, you sleep over, and you are early in Parliament the following day for your activities. The presidents, all of them, don't take kindly to ministers either arriving late to cabinet and cabinet committee meetings or being absent without a reason. So already this is irrational, because 52 times, 52 visits, a visit to one family every Monday is irrational and cannot be justified by anything imaginable in terms of your program. Could it be that you went there on Friday evenings or even sometimes on Saturdays? But these, by Friday evenings, these are weekends that are reserved for, these are days reserved for political work, your deployment in provinces. And I always have argued that I've got a young family. And when I have been away from my children, from home, I would want to squeeze in every little time I have to spend with my kids, play with them, be there for them, and participate in their lives. On Saturdays, I would be out doing ANC work, and so this paragraph 16, is upset and is not true. It's not true at all.
Could I ask you then, let's deal with...
And sorry, Chair, as I say in my response, it beggars belief that every time I had to go to Parliament, I would first rush to meet the Guptas and report back to them on my return. For what? Who does that? You know, just even at a logical level. You know, nobody does that. Now, because I'm going to Cape Town, let me rush to report to the Guptas that I'm going to Cape Town. When I return from Cape Town, I rush back to report to them that I'm back from Cape Town, and this is what happened. If this happens every Monday, it's already 52 times a year. If it happens on Thursdays and Fridays as well, it's now 104 times. It's ridiculous.
So, Mr. Gigaba, what is dealt with in paragraph 17
Yes.
is the allegation that you took your son together with Ms. Mangoma to be introduced to the Guptas, and also that he was gifted a gold jewelry necklace. As I understand your version,
Yes.
you accept that your son was gifted a gold jewelry necklace, but you say you didn't take him there to meet the Guptas together with Ms. Mangoma. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can I take you back to the number of visits just to get to see if this would do? Although you are not able to indicate about how many times you have been to the Gupta residence, are you able to say, I have nevertheless been there several times, I just don't know how many times? Would it be fair to say several times, or would it not be fair?
Several times, Chairperson, to the extent that it means more than once.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, twice can't be several times, I think.
What does it mean? What does several mean?
I don't think I have an exact number, but I don't think once is several times, twice is several times. But I would imagine that several times should not be less than 4, and may well be much more than that, but maybe not 20, and maybe not 15. Maybe that's too much. But I just thought there may be a way of giving a picture that you would be comfortable with, to say, look, I'm saying not more than 20 times, but I'm not saying it was 3 times, but maybe it was, if one says several times, then there might be disputes about how many times, but I wouldn't quarrel if somebody says, I've been there several times.
I think, Chairperson, I've already somewhat agreed with the Chairperson's earlier version that, you know, it could be 5 times a year, then you add it up over a period, it amounts to. So, several times, yes, because what I do not dispute is that you I knew them and I went there. That I don't dispute. That is a fact.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
I think the fundamental difference, apart from the numbers, is also the characterization of the meetings.
Yes.
Mr. Gigaba's version is that when you went there, it would be for social and cultural events. You didn't go there to have so-called, inverted commas, business meetings.
Yes.
You never had any such meeting.
No. Sure.
Well, the social part, I wanted to ask about that. To me, it gave me the impression that you were going to socialize. Is that a correct meaning to the social part?
Yes.
It's a correct meaning? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Maibek.
Then at paragraph 18, the allegation is also made by Ms. Mangoma that your second son, you also visited the Guptas together with him. That I understand you also deny.
Yes, no. I did not visit their residence with the second son. No, I did not visit the child with them. I did not visit them with the child.
But you accept that your first son was gifted with a gold jewelry necklace?
When a child is born, Chairperson, I don't know about other cultures. When a child is born, if a friend of mine says, hey, I've got a child, I would bring a gift. Could be a washing basin with bath towels for the baby, bath oils for the baby, a number of things. And so when our child was born, they gave him a gift of a necklace, and as part of many other gifts that the child received. And I took it in that light. I didn't think it was on their part any act to solicit anything.
And your second child wasn't given any gift by the Guptas?
Yes, he was not. And I did not ask them why, because naturally it's rude to ask a person, why are you not giving my other child a gift? You know, if they want to give a gift, they give a gift. If they don't want to, they don't.
Well, I wanted to say that talking about a newly born baby or child being given gifts, I know that certainly among Amazulu, there is even a particular term for it. Traditionally, you can't see a newly born child or baby without giving him or her something. And there is a specific term for it, and it's only in the Zulu language. You only use it for the child, for giving the child the present.
Guikunga.
Oh, Guikunga, yes. Now you know it. So there is that.
So, Mr. Gigaba, how did it come about that they gave you this gift?
I don't understand the question.
Well, did you go to Saxon World to receive it? Did they come to your office? I mean, you've mentioned to us, as you say, that if a friend of yours has a child, it could be a range of gifts that you might give that person. Can you recall how this gift was handed over, where it was handed over?
It was handed over to me at their residence. It's just a gold necklace, nothing fancy about it.
So was this an occasion where you went to their residence for a social or cultural function?
Yes, one of those occasions.
And what became of that gold necklace?
I don't actually know, Chairperson, what happened, what became of the gold necklace. I last saw it a couple of years ago. I haven't seen it since then. And the difficulty with the necklace is that it's also very easy to lose. Especially because I don't wear necklaces. I don't like gold artifacts on me, so I didn't use it, so I don't exactly know what happened of the necklace.
Now, Ms. Mangoma then goes on to deal with the Sun City wedding. You, as I understand it, accept that you attended that wedding.
Yes.
She gives a version about the fact that there was some sort of media hype and that caused you to leave the wedding and not stay there overnight. Do I understand your version correctly, that your intention was never to stay overnight at Sun City?
Yes, Chairperson, and the Commission must bear in mind, Chairperson, that Ms. Ngoma's version of this wedding changed significantly over time. From me taking her, she claims that she met persons that I identified as members of the Gupta family from India 1 or 2 days before the wedding. And then she says, I told her that I needed to assist them by welcoming and fetching some of their guests at the Waterkloof Air Force Base who were arriving from India, which I don't know when it says here which I did, but I did not. And then she says, I left her to sit inside the building while she met with the Guptas. This is a very confusing statement. But I presume she's suggesting that I left her, I don't know where, to go inside the building. This is 1 or 2 days before the wedding at Sun City. This is a lie. It's a complete lie. There was no such meeting. No, I was never at Waterkloof Air Base to receive the aircraft. I saw the aircraft landing on TV as everybody else. I was as aghast as everybody was when we saw that, and no report from government or anybody who was involved in this incident places me at the scene of the arrival of this aircraft on the date that it arrived. Why does she make such lies? Or put differently, who made her to make such lies as to try to implicate me in something in which I was obviously not involved? As I say in my response, I only left here, we left, I think in the afternoon, to go to the wedding. The wedding had started earlier. I was busy in the morning. I went there to the wedding. I arrived when there were now performances, and I think it was the reception. We sat for the reception. The reception finished. There was dinner, and I said, let's leave. And we left. There were other ministers that were there. I think 1 or 2 slept over there. But insofar as I, Malusi, am concerned, I did not sleep there. I only arrived in the afternoon in time for the reception and left immediately after the reception so that we were back in time in Pretoria, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was traveling the following morning.
I just wanted to ask you to have a look at paragraph 51. So that's on the right-hand side. This is, I think, on page 11 of the schedule, where you say, I do not believe that...
Paragraph 51.
51 of your response. So it's just the next page?
No, okay. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Page 11.
Yes.
I thought this is quite an important statement by you. You say, I do not believe that Nomshula met the Guptas on more than 4 occasions when we attended social functions such as the Sun City wedding, Diwali celebrations, and a cultural luncheon at their invitation. Is that as you have it? Do you stand by that statement?
I stand by this statement. It's my recollection.
So the Sun City wedding you've spoken about, you say that she accompanied you only to one Diwali celebration, maybe 1 or 2, and then a cultural luncheon.
Yes, the one Diwali celebration, I think, ended up at Lenasia with some fireworks, and there would probably be one more, and there was a cultural luncheon that we attended together with her.
So that's as you have it, 4 occasions.
Yes. It could be more, Chairperson, but these are the incidents which I recall.
Then, as you know, from paragraph 22 onwards.
Her paragraph 22?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms.
It gets a bit confusing, Chair, because we move from paragraph 21 to paragraph 51.
Yeah.
When I try to find paragraph 51 on page 29, only to find that it's my paragraph.
It's a lot less confusing, though, if we went from one file to the other. But let me try and be as clear as I can. So from paragraph 22 onwards, Ms. Mangoma deals with the procedure that would be followed when she attended the Gupta residence together with you. And she deals with the fact, and perhaps I just wanted you to comment on this, that she or all people were made to turn in their cell phones. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairperson, again, so just look at the sequence of events. So you must submit your cell phone because the meeting there's going to be a sensitive meeting. And then somebody comes and outlines the agenda of this sensitive meeting for which you had to leave your phone outside because the meeting is sensitive. And then she gets left out of that meeting, that the agenda of which she now knows. And then she can then go fetch her cell phone because she is bored and come back to sit with it and play with it. Again, it's absurd. If the meeting was sensitive, she would not even be told, she would not even be there for the outlining of the agenda of the meeting. If she was told to leave her phone outside, she would not be allowed to go fetch it. But where did she leave the phone? Who kept it? Who advised? Who wrote this? Because clearly it's not her. Somebody wrote this thing and coached her on how to try and put this thing in such a manner that it makes sense. But unfortunately, it doesn't make the sense because she claims a sequence that is irrational. Leave your phone, the meeting is sensitive. But you get briefed about the agenda of the sensitive meeting in which you will not participate. And then you are allowed to fetch your phone again subsequently because you are now bored. But if you were told to leave the phone outside, why are you allowed to fetch it? If you are not coming, if you are not part of the sensitive meeting, why do you leave your phone outside? And where is outside? And who is keeping your phone? I'm saying, Chairperson, this thing is irrational. It's not true.
Well, two things. To be fair to her, one, I didn't understand her to be saying that the briefing that happened in her private presence was part of the pattern. I may have misunderstood. I got the impression that she said maybe on some occasions, on one occasion, that is what happened. But also, I need to say to you, my recollection is that a number of witnesses who said they had been to the Gupta residence gave evidence to the effect that upon arrival there, they were asked to hand over their cell phones. So I haven't checked who and who, but in my mind, I think Mr. Jonas may have said so. I don't know how many, but I think there are a number who may have given that evidence as well. So I just mentioned that for what it's worth.
I would like to say, Chairperson, in the light of that, that it is therefore possible that she was rehashing something she had heard from other witnesses. Because in my recollection, to go and celebrate Diwali, partake in the prayers and go watch fireworks, you certainly don't have to leave your phone because your phone is not dangerous to the fireworks. The fireworks happen out there and you sitting here, even if they were nearby. The phone is not dangerous insofar as the fireworks, unless I am advised otherwise. But in all fairness, the sequence of these events, even if she would say it was on a few occasions that she was asked to leave the phone, if she was not part of a sensitive meeting, why would she be asked to leave her phone outside?
Mr. Myberg.
Yes. I think perhaps in fairness to Mr. Gigaba, what she's describing here at paragraph 22 and further is not what happened when she attended the Diwali function. It's what she says happened when she attended meetings that you held with the Guptas.
The problem, Mr. Chairperson, would be with that version that she was never a part of any meetings. She was never a part of any meetings, and I think somebody, if I had not come to attend any meeting, unless she is now arguing that she came on her own to attend meetings, but if she says I was there, I never came there to attend any meetings.
I think you understand that. Thank you. Then,
Of course.
you've already touched on...
I'm sorry, Mr. Myberg. Of course, you have a situation based on your evidence, you would have gone there as well just to socialize. So I don't know whether her evidence is that each time you went there, it was for meetings, formal meetings, or whether it was, sometimes it was just visits.
I think, Chairperson, she says, and she doesn't say on some occasions. So I think we should remove the notion that she said on some occasions. And because she leaves this open.
Let me say the some occasions that I was referring to earlier was when she was saying on some occasions, or on one occasion, I can't remember which one, Ajay Gupta briefed you about a meeting in her presence. I thought that was the one. It was not about the cell phones. I think about the cell phones, my understanding was that she was saying each time the two of you went to the Gupta residence, it was required that the phones be, you didn't keep them.
Perhaps then, Chair, she might have said that in one of her 3 oral testimonies.
Yes.
Because in the affidavit, she doesn't make reference to some occasions.
Okay.
She says Mr. Gupta would arrive to greet me, and after some small talk, he would brief Mr. Gigaba on the meeting that they were about to hold in an adjacent private meeting room. We would often find either Mr. Mahlangu or Mr. Msomi. And all of this is a lie.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Gigaba, from paragraph 25 onwards, she deals with these briefings, and I think you've already addressed it. She lists various topics that she says you were briefed on. And you make the point at paragraph 65, where you say a lot of what is described here are matters that have been in the media for a number of years and would account for Nomshula's knowledge thereof. I deny that during my 10 years DPE I've ever intended, etc. But it's really the first sentence that's important. Is that what you say in response to her saying that you were briefed on a variety of issues?
I never had meetings to discuss these issues with Mr. Ajay Gupta.
Yes.
And in my paragraph 63, I emphatically deny it.
Yes.
And I say that she picked these things up
from the media.
And I say in my capacity, you are correct. I had no authority to deal with tenders. I think I have said this earlier, even when I was referring to the so-called written commitment to settle the Langa attorneys bill, that I've always insisted that as a minister, I must be confined to my executive function. And I have never tried to extend my responsibility to the responsibilities of the accounting officer, either of the department or of the entities. And so I would not sit to discuss any of these things. And, you know, when I was Minister of Home Affairs and the department wanted to brief me about tenders coming up in the department, I told them that no, don't even start. This topic must be taken back to the department. It must be handled by the accounting officer. It doesn't belong to me. And I have said earlier that if somebody came to me to say, Minister, I would like to discuss the following thing relating to that SOE or your department, I would refer them to the relevant person, whom I would have told that whoever I refer to you, I do not do so for the purpose of instructing you to do anything wrong. I am saying to you, you can outline to them or even advise them what processes to follow in terms of what they are raising, but you can even refer them to junior officials if you think so. But insofar as I'm concerned, I'm not going to be discussing tenders relating to departments and especially SOEs. They're far removed from me.
Well, you said you didn't discuss business with the Guptas.
Yes.
Did they ever try to get to discuss business with you or tenders and so on? Or departmental issues? Did they ever try and maybe you resisted, or did they never try?
You know, it would be, I think the instances I would remember would be when we are having those TNA SABC breakfast programs. Because then I would usually be the main center of attraction, and there would have been specific programs that I have spoken about. And so they would raise those issues. Not to solicit a tender from me. I am also quite a stubborn person when it comes to certain things. And if anybody would try to raise things of that nature, I would tell them that this doesn't belong within my purview. So any discussion about SOEs would really arise there, because in the other events there would be many other people, and the discussions would range from cricket to various other things, politics generally in the country, politics generally in India, and it would be about that.
Okay, Mr. Mike.
And then at paragraph 26, perhaps I could just ask you to comment on this.
Mine.
No?
Yes.
Ms.
I think
Mangoma's
you must always engage.
I think, Mr. Gigaba, you can accept that, unless I tell you otherwise. I'm referring to Ms. Mangoma's. We're picking our way through this.
Okay.
So at paragraph 26, she says that Mr. Gigaba told me that AJ Gupta wanted him to get rid of Mr. Damas. Now you say that's a total fabrication. Is that correct?
And then she goes on to embellish her own importance by claiming that having met Mr. Damas, she asked me why. This is irrational. It's just completely irrational. When she met Mr. Damas, what was she meeting Mr. Damas for? What was she discussing with him which led her to arrive at the conclusion that she could advise me that no, Mr. Damas is a good guy? And then I responded by saying that the Guptas don't like him because there are things he was supposed to do, but he did not do. I have made it very clear, Chairperson, that this is a lie. And I am on record, I think, in one of my submissions relating to the affidavit, to the evidence led by Mr. Tsotsi, on how I managed or handled the resignation of Mr. Dames, and that Mr. Dames' resignation was based purely on his differences with the board. I held a different view. I held Mr. Dames in high regard, and I still do. I believed that given the variety of challenges, the delay in the build program, Medupi, Kusile, and Ingula, the need, the large government guarantee framework that ESCOM had, and the need for ESCOM to raise money in the markets to fund the completion of these projects, I believed that Mr. Dames, being highly regarded in the industry and in the markets, it was untimely and unwise of him to resign. I tried to resist it. I even facilitated meetings between the chairperson of the board and Mr. Dames, Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Dames at my residence in Pretoria to try and resolve this. And it was only, I think, very late or very early, very late in 2013 that Mr. Dames called me to say, Minister, I think with all your best intentions, and I don't intend to disappoint you, but I would like to resign. And I said to him, I accepted with a heavy heart, and then instructed the board to start the process. All of these things that Ms. Mngoma is saying here are honestly fabrications based on nothing but an intention to lie.
Well, of course, to the extent that she may be saying, because I think she does say somewhere that when Mr. Dames left, your preference was for him to stay, or you wanted him to stay. That might be true.
That is true.
That part, yeah.
That is true, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Maive?
At paragraphs 28 and 29, Ms. Mangoma deals with two occasions where she says, Mr. A.J. Gupta visited you at your home. What do you say to that?
He did not. That is not true.
And then she talks about the fact that the two of you held meetings at your home. What do you say to that?
Well, I've already denied it, Chairperson. There were no such meetings. As I have said, and I want to reiterate it, I do not and did not discuss SOE tenders with anyone. It was not my business, and therefore, if anybody had intentions to discuss tenders, they needed to go to the entity involved, because I was far removed from the supply chain process and the procurement process, not let alone in the SOEs, but in the department itself. And so there was no such a meeting. Mr. Gupta never came to my residence, never came to discuss any tenders with me that related to Transnet or ESCOM. And I also don't know what was this ESCOM project that was giving me a headache. The biggest headache that I had relating to ESCOM was about Medupi and Kusile, the delays in the construction of those projects. I spent the rest of 2013, well, not the rest, a great part of 2013 trying to resolve that problem because the country was experiencing electricity shortages. The Medupi and Kusile had been awarded prior to my appointment as Minister of Public Enterprises. The primary contractors of those two projects were the ones responsible for the delays. I had tried to resolve the labor dispute at Medupi. I had tried to resolve the delays by meeting with the primary contractors. I summoned them to Pretoria, where I met with them. And so those were the main headaches I was having with regards to ESCOM. I don't know which other headache I was having at ESCOM.
In paragraph 30, Ms. Mngoma goes on to deal with a trip to India. She initially said it was in 2010, but you know she's corrected that to 2015. You want to comment on that?
There was no such meeting at my residence
Yes.
to discuss the trip to Mumbai and Delhi. As I have said, I mean, in the first instance, she makes the claim that the meeting was in 2010, and which is not true. Then she turns around and says it was in 2015, but leaves the contents of the meeting, of the so-called trip in 2015, the same as of the initially alleged trip in 2010. Now, in 2015, I would not have gone to Delhi and Mumbai with the Department of Home Affairs to discuss the SAA route to Mumbai. We were discussing something else. And all the planning sessions for such a trip with the department officials would have been in the office, and they took place in the office. None of them took place at my residence.
And then you mention in your response that on your 2015 trip you conducted business in line with your portfolio as the Minister of Home Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes. It was to deal with it was mainly to resolve the visa issues that were troubling business in India. Those issues were raised with me by the South African High Commissioner to India, as well as by the Indian Minister of Home Affairs. And so we went there. I met with Visa Facilitation Services. I met with the Minister of Home Affairs. We tried to resolve those issues. So those were the issues that we were dealing with.
Did the meeting, on your version, have anything to do with the South African Mumbai route?
Absolutely not. I was not Minister of Home Affairs. I mean, I was not Minister of Public Enterprises in 2015. The Minister of Public Enterprises would have been really offended if I undertook a trip to India to go deal with issues which belonged in their portfolio. And the President would not have authorized the trip, because for any minister to travel abroad, you first must obtain the permission of the President, during which application for permission you state the purpose for your visit. And the issues here that we were dealing with had to do with visa facilitation, particularly between BRICS countries and South Africa, in order to promote tourism, to increase the numbers of travelers from India, from China, Brazil, and Russia, and to ensure that we iron out the impediments to such visa facilitation, given also that at the time South Africa was implementing visa reforms and they were creating problems. There was a shortage of staff, especially at the Delhi office, that will forward it and they will take it from there. I will brief them as such. And I took it in good faith and left it there with him. And then the process unfolded. That is why there is that time lag between me forwarding the CV and the actual processes of the shortlistings, the interviews, the appointments taking place, because there was no attempt on my part or Mr. Gama. I never spoke to Mr. Gama about it, for my sister to be appointed. Now, why is this lie being made? Because of the bitterness, the anger, the bitterness, the vindictiveness, the attempt that if the marriage fails, then everybody related to this guy must then be dragged through the mud, destroyed, in in order for me to get my revenge. It's unfortunate, but I want to put it emphatically that I never spoke to Mr. Gama, and I only forwarded the CV to Mr. Mlamuli and said to him, I think as the email said, njengoba ngikuluma indlebe, as I had spoken to you.
So, Mr. Gigaba, what makes you say that what Ms. Mangoma says at paragraph 31.3 was, on her version, when you were at the DPE?
I beg your pardon?
You say that at your paragraph 83, given that I'm constrained to deal with these allegations, I must immediately deny that that I told Nomshuda that I intended to speak to Mr. Gama to appoint my sister to Transnet. My sister was appointed at Transnet long after I left DPE, after following due process. Are you suggesting that Ms. Gigaba is saying that this happened whilst you were at the DPE?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I am putting context to the process of her application and the fact that it cannot be claimed that I used my position either at DPE or my knowledge of Mr. Gama to ask him for a reward for having been reinstated as CEO of TFR.
All right. Do you know that Mr. Buthelezi was, of course, Mr. Gama's COO?
Yes, I am aware.
All right. Let me just go to the documents you've already...
But Mr. Buthelezi is not Mr. Gama. The two people are two separate individuals and should be treated as such.
Can I ask you...
I'm sorry, you said after you sent me the CV,
yes,
he said he would forward it to his subordinates. He didn't want to be seen to be influencing them. I think that's what you said.
Yes, that's what he said to me.
Yes, but I think you also said he said he would brief them.
No.
I thought you said he also said he would brief them.
No, Chair.
Did I not hear properly?
I did not. He did not say he would brief them. He said, I will forward it.
Mm-hmm.
Or to the extent that he said, I will brief them, he was saying, I will brief them that there is no pressure or expectation. They need to follow due process.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all.
Mm.
So if you go to page 996.2 of your bundle,
Well, I'm looking at a wrong file, sorry. No, sorry, I was looking at the right file.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 996.2. Yes.
so this is the email string, right?
Yes.
So the Gugu sends you her CV,
Yes.
and you then send it on to Mr. Buthelezi.
Yes.
And here with the issue, we got an English translation just for the purpose of the record. You'll see at 996.3,
Yes.
the translation is the matter I told you about.
Yes.
So here with the matter I told you about, or the issue I told you about.
Yes.
And then Mr. Buthelezi forwarded the CV to Mr. Ravi Nair,
Yes.
who, as I understand it, was then the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail. And he says, thanks, Chief. That's correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, can we then go back to the schedule?
Yes.
And deal with this heading tensions rising. Perhaps I can just summarize for you what is said by Ms. Ngoma in paragraphs 32 and 33. She starts off by saying that as your tenure as Minister of DPE progressed, you often told him, or you often told her, that the Guptas were putting pressure on you for various reasons. And then at 33, she says during early 2014, the relationship became strained. She refers again to the fact that the Guptas wanted you to get rid of Mr. Dharmas, and she explains how you, on her version, started avoiding telephone calls, etc. And I suppose that the sting in the tail is the ending, where it's contended towards the end of paragraph 33. She says, Mr. Gigaba also told me that AJ Gupta told him that if he wanted to run the DPE as he wished, he would move back to the Department of Home Affairs. I understood that Mr. AJ Gupta would often tell Mr. Gigaba that he should remember why he was appointed at the DPE. Now, your answer or response to that is, this is once again a total fabrication. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Chairperson. You see, I've already outlined this, and the lie, the falsification that it is. Let me start by saying, becoming Minister of Home Affairs is not punishment. In actual fact, to be minister in any department is an honor. There is no department, in the system of government in South Africa, there is no department that is above all others. The seniority of ministers in our government is determined by the year on which you were appointed minister. It is not determined by the portfolio that you hold. It is people's perceptions that there is a ministry that is above others, senior to others, Minister of Finance or Minister of this, Minister of International Relations. No. Not in the South African system of governance. So it's everybody who doesn't understand, or anybody who doesn't understand the system of governance in South Africa would then arrive at the conclusion that, no, if you are Minister of Home Affairs, I read even in the media, when I was appointed Minister of Home Affairs in 2014, some media were saying Gigaba demoted. So it was not only, Miss Ngoma who thought I was demoted. The media, some in the media were saying Gigaba demoted to the Department of Home Affairs and provided all sorts of reasons for why that would have happened. The fact of the matter is that becoming Minister of Home Affairs was not punishment. Secondly, there was never an instance where Mr. Ajay Gupta would say to me that I must remember that they appointed me at public enterprises, or that if I don't do their bidding, I would be sent back to Home Affairs. This thing has been a well-trumped up allegation in the media, often repeated as if it was true, and that is where Ms. Ngoma most certainly obtained this, so that again she can embellish her importance by claiming that I told her this, I told her that, I told her the other thing, without any basis in fact.
Can we then turn to the heading, Mr. Gigaba's relationship with Ms. Mnyeni.
Before you do that, Mr. Mybeck, Mr. Gigaba, we established earlier on that on your version as well,
Yes.
your relationship with the Guptas cooled off in 2014.
Yes.
Now, as I understand what she says here, that's something similar that she's saying. So maybe it wasn't true that this paragraph is all total fabrication. Maybe there is something that's true, but maybe then on your version a lot of what's in the paragraph is not true, but there seems to be something in terms of that at least. Would you agree?
The only thing, Chairperson, that is true is that the relations cooled off.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. But the reasons for the cooling off
Yeah.
are a fabrication.
I can't remember I think you did say what the reasons were earlier, but I can't remember. What were the reasons that made the relationship to cool off on your version? Because she gives her own reasons, but you say those are not true. Why do you think it cooled off?
They cooled off, Chairperson, I think largely because of name dropping, and there were rising concerns about the family, and so I decided that it's important for me to also just take a step back. But the reason for the cooling off, I think the commission should rely more on my version as the person who had the relationship than her version, unless she is talking about her relationship with them. Then I think she can be an authority to talk about her relationship with them rather than to talk about my relationship with them.
So one, you say they were using your name in terms of name dropping, number one. Number two, their image had become tainted because of what was being said about them in the media. Is that it? That is what caused the relationship to cool off?
Not only my name, Chairperson, but the names of various other people, the president, they were using the name of the president, you were picking up that they are using the names of other ministers and other leaders, either DGs or CEOs, and you know, one thinks that your credibility could also be on the line, and because you don't know where your name is being used and for what purposes, and given all the concerns, the public concerns that were being raised, one thought that it's necessary to step back.
Okay, Mr. Mybeck.
Thank you. From paragraph 34 onwards, Mr. Ngoma deals with your relationship with Ms. Mnyeni. I want to ask you to comment on her allegation that Ms. Mnyeni facilitated our honeymoon trip to Mauritius, and as I recall her evidence, it actually was a trip to Mauritius before your wedding. What do you say to the allegation that Ms. Mnyeni facilitated this trip?
Chairperson, I would not be aware of this. You see, when I met Ms. Ngoma, she projected to me an image of a high-flying individual who was from a very well-to-do family. She had told me that her father was a businessman living in New York City, that she herself regularly visited New York City, or on occasion would win awards from Mark Shuttleworth that would require her to go to do some work in New York City. She would come to see me in different vehicles. that she said were hers, including an ML 320 vehicle, a BMW 120 series vehicle, and so on, white vehicle that she claimed was hers. I'm sorry, I'm no longer sure whether it was white or another color, but she brought that vehicle. It was a 120 series. Now, I knew her to be this high-flying IT executive who had worked at IBM, who had worked at various other top-notch, well-paying IT companies. Around 2011 or 12, I think around 2011, she then told me that her father in New York City passed away and left her a very, very handsome inheritance that was held on her behalf by her uncle called Mtogo. I've never met this Mtogo. And so my understanding was that this was a very wealthy woman from a well-to-do family whose relatives were living in New York and various other places. She had lived with her father in Musgrave in Durban while she was a student at Natal Technikon or ML Sultan Technikon, which turns out was also not true. So after our wedding, I was in a meeting in Johannesburg when she came and said, we have to go on honeymoon. I didn't question her. I don't think anybody questions, you say you question your wife when they say, and you think they have the means. When they say to you, I have a surprise for you, I'm taking you on holiday. Remember that Mauritius is also not, it's a 5-hour trip away by SAA, which would be quite affordable, even by somebody of a modest salary of a minister. But in this case, this was my wealthy wife. And so I went on holiday in Mauritius, which was our honeymoon. We enjoyed ourselves. I can't remember whether we spent 2 or 3 days and then we came back. So that the trip was facilitated by Miss Mien, I only heard it for the first time from Miss Mngoma, because all along I had presumed her to be responsible for the trip, and that she paid for it from her inheritance and wealth.
So do you accept that this trip was facilitated by Ms. Mnyeni?
No, I don't accept it. I have no reason to accept or not accept it, because I was not aware that it was facilitated by Ms. Mnyeni. As I have explained in my long response, my understanding all along until I read it here was that it was facilitated by Ms. Ngoma as part of her means, because she had projected herself as a woman of means.
Mr. Mybeck, I see we are at 9. Now, we were going not to have Monday and Tuesday available because the president was going to be testifying. I'm wondering whether we should not explore the possibility of continuing, if everybody is available, at some stage, either on Monday, maybe not starting in the morning, because I think I've got an evening session, because what might be left might not be a lot, I'm not sure. So maybe starting in the afternoon, subject obviously to Mr. Gigaba's availability and his legal team and your own situation.
I'm available. I thought we'd be questioning the president, so I'm certainly available. I suppose we just found out from Mr. Solomon if he would be.
Mr. Solomon, what's your situation about that?
Chair, yes, Monday afternoon. would be fine.
Monday afternoon would be fine.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Gigaba, what's your situation?
I'm at your disposal, Chairperson.
Okay, okay. What's your estimate, Mr.
I don't think it will take more than another 2 hours. I suppose we must just bear in mind, as I have it,
Yeah,
Ms. Mangoma's cross-examination
yeah,
is
yeah.
set for 4 o'clock, so I
Yeah,
think it probably would work well
If
if
we
we
started
started at 2
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
flowed into that.
Yes, yeah. Mr. Solomon, we're thinking of 2 o'clock. Is that fine?
That's in order, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, no, that's fine then. Let's adjourn for today, and then we will proceed on Monday at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to everybody for all your cooperation, for us to be able to sit until this time. Thank you very much. We now adjourn.